care to.
All right, we're going to call the meeting to order. We're going to start this evening with an invocation by Chaplain Ed Lyon with the Big Bend Hospice. You would come forward. Please stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Brock, Commissioners, and thank you for the work you do here. I'm here to ask God's blessings upon this proceeding tonight. This prayer was offered last week at the California Senate. I thought I'd share it with you tonight. O Creator of us all, you judge us both by how we meet life's challenges as well as by life's opportunities. It is at these times that our true values are illuminated and our character is laid bare before you. For some, life's difficult moments can create a personal crisis where we discover a gap between how we perceive ourselves and how we truly are. And for others, it is a moment of affirmation when we behave according to our highest ideals and respond to life with integrity and honor. A source of strength, enable us to meet even our most difficult tasks with grace, with sincerity, and may you always judge us with favor and with compassion. May this be God's will. Amen.
Amen. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda this evening? I'd like to add a presentation under awards and presentations. Are there any other changes?
I'll be pulling item number 15 off of general business, please. Removing it.
Tabling that item?
Number 15, tabling it, yes.
Any other changes this evening?
It's not a change, but under discussion, I would like to discuss who will represent the county at an important upcoming meeting.
Okay.
Motion to approve the agenda, modified. Second.
All right. Motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Agenda is approved. We move into a public hearing. Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item up tonight is a public hearing. We're requesting board approval to conduct the public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance regarding the Parks and Recreation and special event permitting. This item was last before the board for discussion on December 5th. At that time, it included provisions that would allow alcohol at certain county facilities under certain circumstances. As a result of that board direction, after that discussion, we have revised the ordinance. We've removed any of the provisions that would allow alcohol on county property and just brought it back to clarify code provisions relating to permit for special events and to make some other clarifications in the existing Parks and Rec chapter. Nothing dealing with alcohol. I can run through each section of the ordinance for you if it pleases the board.
I think we're good. If there's a motion.
I think you mentioned earlier that you would bring something back to us later as to certain.
Yeah, it's basically the same. We took out the alcohol stuff, but brought forward the special events permitting and made some other clarifications in your existing county chapter just to refer to the correct provisions of Florida statutes and to clarify some definitions.
I always think it's helpful for the public if you would briefly go through what the changes are.
Okay. Section 1 is merely legislative findings. Section 2 repeals Chapter 22 of your existing Code of Ordinances. This is commonly referred to as the Woodstock Ordinance. It's been on the books since the early 70s. And if we leave them on the books, they're going to conflict with your new special events permitting. So in order to avoid inherent conflict, we recommended repeal. Section 3 makes some definitional changes. Section 4 is amended. What we have done, instead of having various ways of enforcing and providing penalties for each section in your Parks and Rec ordinance, we've created a general penalties provision and removed those individual sections. So that's the section that was made here. Section 23.005, which is Section 5 of the ordinance before you, has been amended in order to, again, remove the violations and penalties provision. It's made some minor modifications to clean up and tighten up paragraphs 1 through 3, which outlines things that are prohibited in your parks. It is changed the definition of outdoor public assemblies to refer to the new special events that is hopefully going to be enacted, and made some other non-substantive changes to that section. Section 6 is merely a cleanup to refer to the correct provision in Florida statutes. Section 7 amends an existing section of the code to clarify the existing provisions related to obtaining special events permits. The main thrust here is to make sure that there's an established process so that both the applicant and county staff know what is expected and what the standards are going to be applied to the issuance of these permits. And then finally, Section 8 is the new penalties and violation provision that I mentioned briefly earlier. The other two sections are just standard severability and effective date sections.
Do we have a motion?
Oh,
Motion to approve to conduct the public hearing and adopt the proposed ordinance regarding parks and recreation and special event permitting.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second.
I think I'd like to propose making a minor change, and in section 3, 23.003, under I'm sorry, wait a second. I think it's section 5, 23.005. Under prohibited activities, if you look at 4, it says, unless authorized in advance by the recreation director or his designee, and I think that phrase needs to be added to 5. Not that we want people to pick flowers, but there are times that invasive plants need to be removed, or as part of landscaping changes. I know at Woolly Park we removed some crepe myrtles and put in palm trees, so I just think that needs to be
So I'll consider that a friendly amendment.
clarified.
Sounds good to me.
Hold on, let me make sure I get this. I'm typing slowly, I'm sorry. Which section was that in, Commissioner?
5, section 5,
And
number
language
5, yes.
Dealing with,
After or remove plants, trees, shrubs, grass, or any other part of park grounds unless authorized in advance by the recreation director or his designee.
Thank you. We have one citizen who's filed a card, Miss Linda Downey.
I have no issues with this one.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I have one other question or clarification. The section about fee waivers was removed, is that correct? They're no longer, you cannot apply for a waiver of the fee, correct? You either need to find a county department to co-sponsor or you pay a fee, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so I know that was of some concern to certain community groups.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Moving on to awards and presentations. Our first presentation this evening is by Pam Portwood on the Tourist Development Council Quarterly Report Update.
Thank you. I want to thank County Administrator for inviting me to toot our horn a little bit under announcements and presentations. We had submitted our quarterly report sure that it would be on the consent agenda as it is, but he really wanted me to have this opportunity to point out some things that we're working on, that we have been working on, that we intend to move forward with. So thank you for that. But I will be brief because you do have a nice report there that you can get most of the details from. But this is the report for the first quarter of our fiscal year, and we spent the first quarter very focused on, as you know, actually, because we were before you several times in various public meetings and public hearings, but it was to hold our annual strategic planning retreat and also come up with the strategic plan for the 24-month period that is required under statute, that be adopted by ordinance, which you've done. So we worked hard on that plan. We have developed an action implementation plan, which is just the very specific tasks that come down from those goals and objectives that we outlined in our overall strategic plan, and that will be officially adopted by the TDC at our next meeting. However, no, I'm sorry, it was officially adopted by the TDC at our last meeting. But basically, it's things that we've already begun to work on, and those are some of the things that I'll talk to you about in just a minute for this upcoming quarter. But beyond getting our strategic plan approved and going through those public hearings and the ordinance requirements there, we also did some of the things that we always do, which is our participation in our regional groups. We are members of two really important regional partnerships, one being the original Florida Task Force, which is a tourism marketing group that covers 12 counties between Alachua and Wakulla. We work together to promote mainly nature and heritage-based tourism throughout those areas. And we've just recently been working on the establishment of the Natural North Florida Fishing Trail, which we're really excited to highlight the awesome fishing there is in this area. I know, Commissioner Moore, that's something that you've talked about in the past that is really important for us to focus on. So we do that independently, but we're working closely with that organization to really broaden our reach. We also work closely with the Big Bend Scenic Byway program. As you know, we are a major partner in that effort, and we continue to be heavily involved and take the lead in that. Thanks to you for approving Wakulla County to administer that Phase 1 grant. Those kinds of things keep us in the forefront, so we appreciate your support doing those things. We continue to support our local festivals through helping with actual cash grants and also helping them market in other ways that we already have available through our social media and our website and those sorts of things. We have updated and completely done a reprint of our Wakulla County tear-off maps. Those were very popular. We ran out of those pretty quickly, especially when you consider the size of our county. So we're busy handing those out all over the region as well as to visitors here at the Welcome Center. We submitted and finalized our report on last year's grant from the Coastal Management Program, which was the Wonders of Wakulla marketing campaign. And then we did some presentations around the county to be sure that everybody was aware of what our strategic plan was and how they could get involved and have input into that. So those have been, really the major focus for this first quarter's report. But I also wanted to highlight some of the things that we're working on for this quarter because we're really quite busy. And I think we've got some really exciting things coming up. We have, as I said, we approved our implementation plan, our action plan, and have been moving along on that very quickly. One of those items was to hire a student intern, which we have done, and we're really excited. He's on board. His name is Brandon Brooks. He is our marketing assistant. He's working on our social media, but he's also really talented with graphics and graphic design. So he's already designed some postcards that we intend to get printed and have available at the Welcome Center for visitors. That's something that the volunteers at the Welcome Center have really been asking for because the visitors are asking for them. So he's working with us on that. We are in the middle of choosing a new web host and to provide some updates to our website that will make it a little easier to navigate. We have a beautiful website, but it is rather complicated. In our attempt to make it easy, we've actually made it more difficult, I think, to find what you need. So we have someone coming soon to help us with those updates. We have approved our advertising plan over the next year. We have allocated the specific dollars to specific advertising venues, such as the Griffon is one of our major print publications that we're advertising in. It goes to all military, every military person. It's a direct mail publication. So, and we actually have an upcoming editorial in that about everything that we have to offer in terms of rest and relaxation and all of the things that a lot of our military really need at this point, especially dealing with post-traumatic stress and that sort of thing. As part of the Natural North Florida Fishing Trail, there's a media tour coming. We have travel writers that are coming in town March the 19th and 20th. We're going to take them out kayak fishing, inshore fishing, and offshore fishing, so we should get some really good articles from that. We are ready, almost ready, to start putting up our gateway signs. We've got some details to work out about getting permissions and where we're putting them, but we're moving along quickly on that. And then tomorrow, and you already know, you approved our application for Visit Florida grants, which we just finished yesterday, and then we have one on the agenda tonight asking for another grant application that we'd be working on over the next few days. So, and then finally, I just want to announce that tomorrow evening we're hosting Nate Long from Visit Florida. He is one of their industry relations director there, and also somewhat of an expert on using social media to market tourism and doing that on a shoestring budget, so to speak. So he will be here tomorrow evening from 4 to 6. We're going to hold it right here in this chamber, and anyone's invited to come, especially our tourism industry businesses. The more all of us know about how to use that social media marketing, the better it works for everyone. So I hope that we'll see plenty of people tonight, and thank you for the opportunity.
It wasn't painful, was it?
Thanks, Pam.
Not too. Not yet. I'm teasing. Yes, ma'am.
You might want to let people know how to reach Brandon if they have information about activities, events, announcements that might be of interest to tourists.
He is at bbrooks@mywakulla.com. He's got a MyWakulla email, but that's out. Thank you so much.
The Sports Illustrated just had their bathing suit issue made at Apalachicola.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how they found Apalachicola?
No, I don't.
Through the website.
Right.
They found it through the web. They will put out 60 million issues of Sports Illustrated on Apalachicola. And basically, Pam, I don't get in your business all that much, but it's sort of my opinion, and it may only be whatever, but probably 25% of our tourism dollars is fishing.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see 25% of your budget go to that direction. That's just my personal feeling. And I think maybe at least 25% of our tourism is people fishing. Just an observation.
That could be. I think it would be hard to just chunk out, a quarter of the budget for one activity, I think. But we are very much focused on the fishing. Like I said, we've got this FAM tour coming up. We're doing some very specific advertising for fishing. We've already actually held a media tour last year that got coverage on ESPN Outdoors, got coverage on Florida Sportsman.
I think that media coverage is good.
So it's been all about fishing. So we certainly see that as important, but we have a lot of other things too that will bring, that people come to do. So I think we're doing I personally think the council is making some really good decisions about how to move forward with our limited funds. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, under awards and presentations, is an announcement regarding Appalachia Regional Planning Council Small Business Loan Program. Janice,
I asked
Watson.
Janice to come. We talked about this at the workshop, and I asked Janice just to come and give us a brief layout of this program.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Takes someone special to ruin a name like you.
As Commissioner Merritt said, I'm Janice Watson with the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. Commissioner Merritt serves as the Wakulla County's representative on the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, and Commissioner Arts is his alternate. And the Appalachia Regional Planning Council does a lot of different things. And the program that I work on is a small business loan program. And when he started on the council, he said, I have to be honest, I've never heard of this before. And in all honesty, I did some research. The program's been around since 1985. We've only made one loan in Wakulla County. And a lot of the reason it hasn't been marketed is for a while now there hasn't been any money in the program. The money was loaned out and there's not a pool of, money to loan. But during 2011, there were 3 large principal paybacks. And we're now faced with the situation of trying to find borrowers. And in a nutshell, what the program does is it's not for someone that can go to the bank. If you're a bankable loan and you've got collateral and credit that lets you walk into the bank, you need to go to the bank. This program is designed for that small gray area of folks that are good borrowers, and right now the banks are turning people away. They're getting a lot more conservative. My gap is bigger than it used to be. Still a good borrower, but is not bankable. And it's to help folks that may need small things. The program says we can go up to $200,000 on a loan. It's not likely that the loan committee or the council does that. They'd rather have $10,000, $20,000 loans. And one of the criteria is every $10,000 that you borrow, you're supposed to either create or save one job. So that eliminates the one person who wants to borrow $75,000 to buy a bulldozer. And he's going to run it by himself. That's one job. And that's not going to meet the job criteria. And as Commissioner Merritt has found out, that the deal breaker is collateral. People meet everything, they've got a good idea, it's going to work, but this does work like a bank loan in the way that it has to be collateralized. If it fails, there's got to be something, real property, equipment, that the Appalachia Regional Planning Council can either foreclose on or repossess and get the money back. The term revolving simply means that when it's paid back, we loan it again. And as the pool has grown over the years, because the requirements by the Economic Development Administration, 50% of the interest we collect, which is not much, it's usually around 5 or 6% on the loan, we use for administration. The other 50% goes back into the pool. And why I'm here is the commission has constituents. There is mom and pop businesses all over Wakulla County that $10,000 would mean them getting another freezer and adding 2 employees. And there's my name and my phone number and emails on the back of this. And this basically tells you more about who's not eligible. And spread the word around. But it's there. It's there. And, it's not something that happens in a hurry. The Appalachia Regional Planning Council meets twice every other month. So it's not, if somebody comes in and they're in dire straits, they're not a candidate. It's got to be somebody that can work through the system, and part of my job is to help them put a realistic business plan together and to make it work. So it's just, he wanted me to come down, and we're interested in Wakulla County and what's going on down here, and it's been too long since we've been here. So I encourage you to keep this in mind as you're out and about in the community, and say, look, I know somebody that you can call and at least talk to them about it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you. It's really great information.
Maybe we could put some thought on the website. Well, I just got a note here that says I can put the info on the website.
I made a note of that as well.
Awesome. Up next is an announcement of Comcast updates by Ms. Casey McWilliams. Excited to have her here today. There's 2 exciting announcements.
I also am having Stephanie Bowden with me as well, our community relations representative. Come on over. Well, Chairman Brock, commissioners, public, and there's the camera. And Comcast customers, this is the debut of the new camera system that we have for Comcast viewers in our Wakulla area. It's remote controlled, 2 cameras, and we have our master camera operator over there, Keith. You want to wave, Keith? And so anyway, it's so great to be here on the day that we're actually debuting it. It should be wonderful, and then the replay should look way, way better. So I know we had a little trouble with the audio at one point. I think everything should be running very, very well. So we're very happy to be here for that. And so that was my first thing. And I really did expect a little applause.
This is a little.
Just a little. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The second thing I wanted to bring up, as long as I had an opportunity and a microphone, is that Comcast went through an all-digital transition about, I would say, a year and a half or so ago. We digitized everything for a higher quality picture and allowed us to use our bandwidth much more efficiently so that we could bring on, hundreds more HD channels, 25,000 hours of video on demand programming, and increase our speeds. So all those things have happened within the last year and a half or so. We're going to finish that final phase of operation where we're going to digitize everything, including what we call our limited B1 service. That's about 24 different channels. Again, we only have about less than 10% of our customers that take it, and they already have boxes for the most part, but there's just a few left diehards that do not have boxes for their B1. On March 6th, we are going to complete the digital transition. So anybody out there that's watching this, or in our audience, that may not have a digital box from us, please come down to our office or give us a call and we'll actually send it to you with a self-install kit. You get up to 3 boxes at no charge. So I'm really saying this just so that we can finish out those last groups of people who have not picked up a box and are really just watching B1. That transition happens on March 6th. So it was a good opportunity to bring that up. Okay, and the last thing I have, see, I'm really very brief, even though I do love to be in front of the camera. I brought Stephanie with me because she's really the one that has the substance, but we have launched a program that we call Internet Essentials that we are very, very excited about. And it allows us to be able to make sure that we bring broadband access and Internet access to all of our customers and all of our community, including those people who have barriers to getting it, like being low income. And it's a wonderful program that's across our entire Comcast footprint, and it's called Internet Essentials. And I'm going to let Stephanie review the program.
Good evening, everyone. The Internet Essentials program will offer internet service at a discounted rate of $9.95 to families that have children who qualify for the free or reduced school lunch program. We launched the program at the beginning of the school year, so around the August time frame, and at first the program was open just to individuals that qualified for the free reduced school lunch. However, at the beginning of the second quarter, we will open it up to individuals that qualify for the reduced school lunch as well. Along with the internet service at a rate of $9.95, you will also have the option to purchase a computer at a discounted rate of $150. We will also offer free training courses via online or in person throughout the school year. The good thing about this program is as long as the individual qualifies for the free or reduced school lunch program, you'll be eligible for the program until their senior year of high school. So individuals can get in the program as early as kindergarten and stay all the way through their senior year. So it's a really great program that we are offering here at Comcast.
And anybody who can see you at home can get your internet service in Wakulla County, correct?
That is correct, yes. So as long, again, qualify for free or reduced school lunch, live in a Comcast serviceable area, and there's more information if you go on to internetessentials.com. I will also leave these brochure pamphlets out there. Commissioners all have information. You can reach out to them. They can get in touch with me if you have questions. But if you go into internetessentials.com, more information on the program as well as the 1-800 number that you can call if interested.
Thank you all so much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. And we really do appreciate, I think it's a great internet service. I think it's going to open a lot of opportunity for people. Next up on our list is update from Hinkle and Foran on Wakulla County's oil spill claim. Commissioner John Daly.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, it's good to see you. Happy Mardi Gras, by the way. My wife's from Southern Louisiana. You would think it's a national holiday in my household today. I appreciate the invitation to come back and to provide an update on where we are on the Wakulla County claim in regards to the oil spill that occurred in the Gulf of Mexico. First and foremost, I want to introduce Lisa Ferran, who is here. I am with JDA Strategies, that is the name of my company. Lisa Ferran is a partner, and Hinkle Ferran, who's here to help answer any of the legal questions as well. And before I begin, I must acknowledge your staff, because you've got a wonderful team working with you. Your county attorney, Heather Encinosa, who, if I can remind you, before you even sought legal representation, had the knowledge to make sure that the short form was filed to give Wakulla County even the option to move forward with a claim. And she has served you well. Mr. David Edwards, who I had the opportunity to spend about an hour and a half last Friday with to bring him up to speed as the county administrator. Mr. Tim Barden, who started this process as the interim county administrator. But I'd also like to recognize Mr. Greg Jones on your staff, who's done a tremendous job working with the forensic accountants and helping us with the data. What I would like to do is to touch upon tonight not only where we are with your county claim, and we'll talk some dollar amounts as well and revenue streams, but also try to provide you with the bigger legal picture of what is going on. Many people are referring to this case as being one of the largest civil cases in the history of our country. This is a very, very, very big deal that affects many communities all the way around the Gulf of Mexico and our coastal communities. It's been a long process as well, and it's one that we take very seriously, and we've been working very meticulously to make sure that we get it right. Having said that, we started from the very beginning when we presented to you to tell you that we thought there was an impact here in Wakulla County, and to the point to where, as of this afternoon, I checked the Gulf Coast Claims Facility website. This is their data, not our data. And as of February 17th, there have actually been 932 claims in Wakulla County that have been paid to the tune of $17.4 million. Private claims that have already been filed by citizens in Wakulla County that have been paid through the process, $17.4 million. We still believe that there's an impact to the county, and we are going to be able to prove to you that there is an impact to the county. Over the past several months, we have been analyzing your revenue streams and identifying the appropriate streams to look at. We've been working with both Department of Revenue and your staff to pull the appropriate data. We've been working on monitoring a lot of the outside variables as well, which is very important to keep in consideration. I know one of the questions you might ask is, why haven't we filed yet? Well, let me give two examples of two of the outside variables that we've been monitoring that play a significant impact in local government claims. First and foremost, it was not until October 31st that the governor's office released a statement that the state will be filing the claim for state shared revenue. That obviously impacts any local government claim that will be moving forward. It does not allow the local governments to apply for the state shared revenue. Having said that, we have not seen any of the claims from the state being filed yet. We are continuing to monitor that and to see how that will impact your local government claim. A huge decision came down in December. Now, what has happened is, from the legal standpoint, every lawsuit that has been filed, literally in the country, has been consolidated into one lawsuit that is being tried in the district court over in New Orleans, the federal district court in New Orleans. Judge Carl Barbier is going to be the judge that's presiding over this court. In December, he came out with an opinion where he specifically narrowed and defined local government claims, but he also said that most government claims are compensable under the Oil Pollution Act of 1990. This is very important to us. The judge is acknowledging that local governments were impacted and that local governments have the right to have their claim aired. More importantly, he asserted that the claims filed under the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, which was the result of the oil Valdez spill, if you recall, do not require physical damage by the oil to a proprietary interest. This is a huge and significant win. because what he is saying is that claims will not be limited only to communities that had oil on the beach. This is what we have been saying from the very beginning. There are direct and indirect impacts to your revenue streams, even though oil did not come all the way to Wakulla County during the initial impact of the oil spill. So where are we exactly? The revenue streams in particular that we have been analyzing here in Wakulla County include your sales tax, your gas tax, your tourist development tax, a lot of your fees as well, your sewer fees, your dumping fees, your waste disposal fees, the communication service tax, your boating fees, even your park fees. We have looked at all of them. We will continue to look at all of them as we receive more data. I know that you will probably be receiving your first glimpse at projected revenues coming up in a couple of months. When we get this data, we will be analyzing it as well to see if we can continue to identify any of the trends that we believe are the foundation of your claim. Couple things to keep in mind. Number one, we have not added in any potential impact to ad valorem yet. We are concentrating solely on your gas tax and your sales tax and the fees and other revenue streams that we identified. There could be an impact, and that will be factored in to the final assessment. We are still waiting for the data from the state in regards to the state park. We have not received any information yet, and as we receive that data, we will be analyzing that as well to see if that plays into the local government claim. We are continually to analyze the fuel prices versus the gas tax, because that is a very detailed analysis dealing with the fluctuation of price, and it's very important that we get it right. Also keep in consideration, as I was speaking with Ms. Encinosa and Mr. Edwards, that even your tourist development tax rate changed, I believe, in the past year or two, and so we have to take that in consideration in our modeling as well. However, our preliminary estimates show that on a conservative, and remember these are preliminary, that on a conservative level, we believe that the oil impact in Wakulla County and the claim will be around $300,000 minimum. That's a significant amount of money. $300,000 minimum. This number is only rough estimates. This number will probably change. But for now, this is what we feel comfortable reporting due to the initial assessments that we have done. So the question is, where do we go from here? Well, the legal aspects of the case on a national level are about to take off. On Monday, the trial begins where the federal judge, without a jury, will be sitting to assign blame. The entities that are involved with this are obviously BP and their two associate companies as well, Ondarco Petroleum and Mitsui. You have Transocean that actually owned the well, and you have Halliburton that supplied the concrete for the well. And they're all pointing at each other. They're all saying that everyone is responsible. This is going to start being hammered out on Monday in court of who is actually responsible, or to what percentage there's going to be a response placed upon all the people and all the parties that are involved. Last week, a significant settlement came through. Mitsui, the Japanese company that's one of the partners, actually settled for a record amount and paid a $90 million fine on the 17th to the federal government. These are historic proportions, the amount of money that we're talking about. So on Monday, the federal trial that assigns blame, assigns responsibility, will begin. A second phase of the trial will begin later on this summer. This summer, they will talk specifically about the immediate disaster response. They will also analyze why the well took so long to be capped. This will be important during the trial phase for punitive damages that could possibly come out from the federal lawsuit. All of this will tie in specifically to the Wakulla County claim that will be filed. We feel that it is better to wait until after at least the initial trial that starts Monday, where the responsibility is assigned, before we enter into any negotiations whatsoever for settlement for our claim, because we will be in a better position on behalf of Wakulla County. But at the same time, we are moving forward. There are also a lot of elements that people are still trying to figure out. For instance, exactly what was the environmental damage? What we are finding out is that the initial, when the oil well blew, the initial burst of oil that went straight to the Louisiana marshes were detrimental to the environmental impact on the shores of Louisiana, which in turn, some scientists are saying, are affecting the fisheries all the way around the Gulf Coast. This could have a lasting impact on the environmental aspects, which could impact future long-term on our fishing industry and other elements of the industries around the coastline. We do not know. They are continuing to look at this. Another issue that we have to take into consideration is the dispersant that was used to have the oil then flow to the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. And what are the environmental impacts of the dispersant that was used as well? So in short, we've been working with your staff. Conservative estimate of your claim to be filed is around $300,000. There are a couple of variables that are still out there. We're waiting to see how the legal proceedings move forward. And let me remind you, too, that you, while Hinkle Foran is lead counsel representing Wakulla County, there's the support of 5 other law firms also that are representing you. And in fact, 2 members of 2 of the other law firms serve on the plaintiff steering committee, which is a crucial element because the way how the federal trial is set up, you have a plaintiff steering committee of 4 members that are advising the judge and working with the federal prosecutors in this case. 2 members of the 4 are in law firms that directly represent you, Wakulla County. We are up to speed on all of the legal arguments. We are up to speed on everything that's going on in the court system while we continuously work on your claim as well. And now I'm going to look to Lisa to see, have I forgotten or misspoke, or is there anything you'd like to add? And we would be more than happy to answer any questions that y'all might have pertaining the Wakulla County claim.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
If the settlement is estimated at $300,000, how much of that are we going to actually get?
Well, the contract that was signed is a 20% fee based on the final settlement, and I'm looking at Heather Encinosa to also correct me if there's any questions, and I'll defer to her to answer as well.
80% of it.
So 80% of the claim that is received.
So you will know basically what percent our fisheries contribute to our income in Wakulla.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Well, if you're trying to determine the cost to our fisheries,
right,
you will have a number as to what that contributes to the income of our county.
What we would be able to report is from a sales tax standpoint, from a wholesale or a retail business, whether it's a charter fishing boat, whether it's a wholesale fishery. The scientific information that will be coming out, that will be public information, I am sure, because it's going to be all over the news and everything. There will be plenty of reports that will come out. We'll speak to the environmental damages. Obviously, we are not involved with the environmental studies of it. We concentrate on the fiscal aspects of the claim. Commissioner, yes, ma'am.
Okay, this $300,000 that you're estimating is essentially lost revenue to the county from various taxes.
Correct.
Okay. Is time expenditure being considered at all? I know our EMS people worked round the clock, and a lot of other people were involved in all of the crisis management. So
Sure.
is that, that's not reflected in revenues, but it was an expenditure of county employee time.
That is a great question, Commissioner, and yes, we take it all into consideration. We have to be very careful in how we present any claim where we have to be able to show in a court of law, if it comes to it, that this is exactly what was spent, whether it's time, whether it's the sales tax revenue and everything, and be able to stand behind it through our modeling and through our experts as well. But we take it all into consideration.
Okay. And it's looking just at kind of between the oil spill and now, or some fixed point in time. It's not looking at what the long range or future kind of impacts might be.
Right now we are working with the hard data that we have. it gets very, it is difficult, but part of what we do is future modeling and try to identify trends that could possibly come forward as well. I can't speak specific numbers on any of the potential impacts. And Commissioner, let me clarify. I cannot tell you either that part of the claim that will be filed will be a specific dollar amount, that can be assumed of staff time. Right now, we are looking at specifically the revenue resources and the impact that it had to your revenues through our modeling program. But yes, we are trying our best to identify trends in how it's moving forward. It'll be interesting, and this is just my opinion, it will be interesting to see some of the environmental studies that come out, the impact on the fisheries and the impact on the wildlife and the marine life, and then be able to compare that to financial data to see if there's any conclusions that could or could not be drawn. I don't know, but I think it'll be very interesting, and I think a lot of people will be looking at those type of comparisons.
You also mentioned you hadn't gotten data from a state park. Is that Wakulla Springs State
Yes,
Park?
ma'am. Yes,
Because
ma'am.
we have another one.
Right. Both your state parks. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You're waiting for data from both of those?
Correct.
Your cost of overhead is in the 20%?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Good point. The way how the cost, Commissioner, I misspoke. The costs are not part of the 20%. The costs are above and beyond the 20%. But one of your advantages of us representing you is that we literally have thousands of clients. While Hinkle Foran concentrates solely, and my concentration is solely on local government claims. For instance, one of the law firms that's based over in Pensacola represents the hotels and represents the restaurants and represents individuals that have filed claims as well. Well, the economic data is the same. Whether we pull it for the city of Pensacola, whether we pull it for Escambia County, or whether we pull it for the specific gas station, we're pulling the same data. So the costs are actually spread amongst thousands of our clients. It's not that Wakulla County is going to share the brunt of the costs associated with it. We try to keep it as minimal as possible, obviously, by sharing the cost across. So, I'm sorry, Commissioner, let me clarify.
The cost will be a percentage, and it'll be shared equally by everybody, generally speaking.
Heather, do you remember?
I don't remember if there's a formula in there. I mean, what I do recall, and I don't have the contract with me, is that there is, because of the large amount of clients they had, there was going to be a cost sharing so that you weren't fielding 100% of their economists' costs, for example, when they're pulling the same economic data. I don't remember exactly how, and maybe Lisa can.
If you don't mind coming to the
Lisa, come on
microphone
up to that.
for the record.
Commissioner, I'm not an attorney, so I'll let the attorney.
That's all right. I'd rather talk to her anyway.
I'm not either.
Sorry. I'm Lisa Ferran, by the way. There is not an actual formula within the contract, and it does say it will be shared, but there's also under cost that the government entity's responsibility, your responsibility for paying your share of the cost, is not going to exceed your gross recovery amount.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. So
That would leave us at zero.
Right. And so the formula is factored in the sense that you're not going to, put out all these fees and costs and not get anything in return.
Well, we could not.
It's going to be balanced to your share or your percentage of the claim and the damages.
Do you anticipate that with the settlement that attorney's fees might be added on in addition to the settlement as paid separately, or you anticipate, or that something to see?
Courts can, under statutory, can add on to attorney's fees and cost against prevailing parties. I mean, in Florida, for the most part, federal and state, each party pays their own attorney's fees and costs, but under certain conditions, like if there's punitive damages because of the way they didn't clean up or how negligent they were, the courts can assign or assess attorney's fees and cost, and so that could be increased.
So we actually do not know what our costs will be.
Not at this point.
That was kind of my question.
Pardon?
That was the question I had asked earlier. Out of that 300, how much will we get? We don't know that right now.
You don't know that
We don't
yet.
know.
And right now, the trial that starts on Monday is only an allocation of fault. Who's to blame out of these 4 or 5 parties? There is another trial, a subsequent trial in July, starts July 16th, and that's going to be damages.
We do have confidence that we won't end this owing you money, basically.
No, you will not.
You will not.
No, yes, we have confidence. No, you will not.
Right, right. No, Commissioner, rest assured, there is no scenario where the county will owe any money whatsoever. And in fact,
I can understand that.
yeah, and the contract is drafted, so there will be money received.
But we also don't anticipate receiving these funds for some time off in the future. Not this fiscal year, probably not next fiscal year.
You don't know what happens as plaintiffs. If you push the case along, when you file for a notice for trial, you go to trial, that starts usually the settlement negotiations. So this doesn't mean you're going to have to go all the way through trial. It may prompt settlement because there's more pressure. You're finding out more information. But yeah, we can't give you a date of when it would be.
And just one last question. I apologize. Do you anticipate? Do you expect the settlement of everyone, or will it be looking at like governments might settle while hotels are still suing?
That's
That
a
makes
very
sense.
distinct possibility, and a county can settle and another county not. I mean, it just depends. And one thing, keep in mind, this contract is between the county and the law firms is contingent, which means it's contingent on you getting a recovery before any fees and costs are paid.
Right. Any additional questions? Thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming down tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will stay in constant contact with Ms. Espinosa and Mr. Edwards to keep you posted.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our last presentation is on the upcoming Wakulla County Day of Dialogue on Minority Health, and Ms. Diane Woodward is here to make a brief presentation.
Good evening to everyone. I'd like to thank the Commission for allowing me to come out and invite you all to the Day of Dialogue. My name is Diane Woodard, and I'm the coordinator of the Health Ministry at Little Salem Primitive Baptist Church. And the Day of Dialogue on Minority Health brings church and faith-based leaders together from the 4 counties, Leon County, Wakulla County, Gadsden, and Jefferson County, with health organizations, university faculty, students, community leaders, and we come together to identify the health concerns, examine the church's role, deal with health issues, and to develop an action plan to deal with problems that we see. And even though it's called a Day of Dialogue on Minority Health, we're dealing with the health issues of everyone, not just minorities. Because what we found out is, especially in Wakulla County, we have a lot of people that don't work, they don't have health insurance, they have health issues, they don't know where to go to, they don't even know where to go, even if they have health insurance. So we will be providing available resources. We'll have over 30 vendors to come out with information where to go. We'll have a list of available resources in Wakulla County as well as Leon County. We are trying to educate the community and bring about awareness on health issues and let people know what's available to them. The Day of Dialogue is Saturday, February the 25th. The registration starts at 8:30. It's from 8:30 to 2. We will be providing a continental breakfast. We'll be providing lunch. We will be providing healthy snacks. We're going to have games for the kids, so come out, bring the kids out. We're going to have activities for the kids. We're going to have workshops. We'll have speakers. We're going to have door prizes. We're going to have drawings. So I'm inviting everyone to come out and be a part and come out and get whatever it is you think you may need to help you with your health issues. Thank you.
And
Any questions?
That's this Saturday at River Springs Middle School?
Yes.
And there's no cost associated?
No, no cost. Everything is free.
And if people come, I know that's also that some of our, that's the youth day for the pig festival this week in the pork, is if people want to come by and swing through, do they need to stay, can they come by for a little while, or do they need to commit for the whole day?
Oh, no, they can come out and go to the vendors, get whatever they need, and leave. But I think the people that stay for the end, the drawing will be at the end of the day.
Okay.
I think it's wonderful that you're having an event that's drawing people from 4 counties in our county. Thank you.
And next year, it will be in Jefferson County. It's been going on for 6 years. This is actually the 6th year. It started at Bethel AM Church as a part of their community outreach initiative. It's been held in Leon County for 4 years, and last year it took place in Gadsden County.
Well, we're glad you're coming to Wakulla. Thank you.
Yes.
No, that was done by the Extension Service and the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth.
Because we will have them to give out. We will have those to give out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I hope that some people get the chance to go out there.
Okay.
We're going to come back to citizens to be heard around 6:30. We try and schedule it at 6:30 at every meeting. Up next is our consent agenda. Any additional changes to the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda passes. We don't have any planning and zoning items this evening, so we're moving on to general business. Our first general business item this evening is requesting board approval for fire rescue to apply for a SAFER grant. Chief Morgan?
Thank you, Commissioners. The federal government is offering an opportunity for Wakulla County to apply for grants, specifically under the retainment and recruitment of volunteers. As you're very well aware, the majority of our firefighters are volunteers. There are some funds available for increasing the fire career force, but we are not able to go to that. What we are applying for is 4 years worth of funding with no matching funds and no requirement to continue any programs that we start after that. You will have the opportunity, once we are successful in obtaining the grant, to actually approve receiving the funds on it. But we're looking at several different programs, including the upgrading of some of the training facilities and offering some incentives for our current volunteers, as well as attracting other people into the volunteer force.
Move to approve staff to submit an application for the SAFER grant.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Are there any cards, Jessica? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. I'm excited about this. Next up on our agenda is a request for board approval to submit a Florida Coastal Management Program Coastal Partnership Initiative grant application by the Tourist Development Council. Ms. Pam Portwood.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we have a grant application that we're asking to apply for. This is the Coastal Partnerships Initiative grant. The county has taken advantage of these grants for many years, starting when Panacea first became a Waterfronts Florida community. The funding, actually one of the categories within this grant is the Working Waterfronts category, and it's very much focused on helping waterfront, especially Waterfronts Florida communities realize their vision and revitalize their community. So, and actually the grant that we had last year for the marketing plan to implement the Wonders of Wakulla marketing plan was also a Coastal Partnerships initiative. So we've had great success with these grant fundings. As I outlined in the agenda request, we had part of our strategic plan development was specifying some particular action items that we thought would be higher priorities and things that we wanted to work on to promote the area. One of those being to develop tours and itineraries that attract target audiences. And in this case, we'd be targeting paddling and fishing, Commissioner Moore, fishing. So we had a member of the St. Mark's Waterfronts community and also one of our local outfitters came to the TDC recently with the idea of establishing a paddling/fishing trail between St. Mark's and Panacea to connect those two waterfront communities, and we felt like that was a really good idea and something that we could get behind. We also saw the Coastal Partnerships Initiative as the perfect opportunity to get grant funds to help us do that. And so we're actually working. I said in my agenda item that I would have a draft agenda for you tonight. I don't have that draft agenda agenda application. Frankly, I was busy getting the Visit Florida applications done that were due yesterday. So, but we have been working on the scope. What we want to do is actually combine some of the work that the Big Bend Scenic Byway and the Big Bend Maritime Center have been working on to establish a maritime heritage trail throughout the byway and in the especially around the Maritime Center in that area, with this whole idea of the St. Mark's Panacea paddling/fishing trail being the first actual implemented segment of that regional trail. So it answers to all the things that Coastal Partnerships is interested in terms of, environmental education and those types of things. It works towards the revitalization of both of our Waterfronts Florida communities. It helps us, if it's funded, it will certainly provide even more foundation and backup to get funds to implement the plans we have for the Maritime Center to put in canoe and kayak launches and also interpret the maritime heritage there. It just seems like a win-win.
I make a motion to approve the submission of the 2012-13 FCMP Coastal Partnership Initiative grant application and authorize the chairman to sign the application prior to February 29th, 2012 deadline.
We have a motion and a
Thank
second.
you.
Any further discussion?
I just want to clarify that's paddling a boat, not like principal's office paddling.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. Good clarification.
We don't, but I don't, do the corporal punishment thing, but it's not the kind of thing we want to promote here.
In your item, you do make mention of the pedestrian, bicycling,
yes.
and Blue Ways master plan, and I do encourage you to work closely with John Sewell, because I know at that workshop they had, one group was totally focused on waterways, and I sat in on another that was very enthusiastic about a paddling and camping trail, a paddling trail,
Right.
and had specific suggestions for camping. So,
Well, and I sat at the paddling table, and I did, they have it in their notes that we are, hopefully with your approval applying for this application so that they can, put that as one of the identified trails. And part of the idea here too is to include, pull out points and camping spots so that it's not something, someone doesn't have to go the whole route. So I think it works in really well with that.
I have one other question. Given that they already have funding and have started work, maybe explain to me why we need a planning grant as opposed to an implementation grant. And can you not apply for both at the same time?
You can apply for both at the same time. And this is this grant will specifically, map segments of the trail between St. Mark's and identify the pull-off points and that sort of thing. It will put together, it'll define the levels of experience that you may need as a paddler to do certain segments of it. It will define the other activities that are involved. I mean, there's a lot. We're not ready, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We have this idea of a trail between St. Mark's and Panacea, but doing the things that we need to do to actually make that happen.
And by the time John finishes his grant, there won't be enough planning that you could then pick up and implement?
I don't think so, because this is very, very specific and will get much more defined than I understand the Blue Ways part of this plan is going to be, at least initially.
Okay.
If you draw a line from Panacea to St. Mark's, draw it in behind Piney, because that's where all your oyster bars and your bird life, and it's the best part of that area, and it is the best fishing area if you go across Oyster Bay. It's just the best fishing area. That whole area is excellent. But
yes.
draw your line behind Piney.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Passes. Thank you. Pam? Request board approval of a resolution and budget amendment accepting and expending funds for the 2011 Miami Mullet Maritime Festival for the Big Bend Maritime Center. Pam
Yes.
Portwood.
This is actually coming from Bill Lowry, who's the executive director for Florida Foresight and the Big Bend Maritime Center, so I'm going to let him present. We have in the past had Scott Jackson as a liaison to help us, get things on the agenda and all that sort of thing, and so I'm kind of picking up a little bit to help, get the process through, but it's really Bill that's here to do the presentation.
Bill Lowry.
As you all know, we have an exclusive agency agreement between Wakulla County and Florida Foresight, and under the terms of that agreement, we are required to submit any profits from any activity in Woolly Park or on the property of the Maritime Center. So the only activity that falls into that category right now is the Mighty Mullet Maritime Festival. We've worked really hard to keep expenses down. We were very fortunate this year. We had been getting a $500 support from the Department of Agriculture, and this year they kicked it up to $2,000, which came as a surprise. $2,000. So this really contributed to a large extent the profit that we had from the festival. The attendance has not been what we would like it to be, but this seems to be true for Blue Crab. I've talked to them as well. Commissioner Arts gave me some ideas yesterday of how we might change our formula, and we will be looking into that. But in any case, I prepared the report that has been submitted to you that shows expenses and revenue. I have turned over a detailed report with all the receipts and copies of canceled checks and so forth, and a check to the clerk of the courts. So I'm here.
I have something. I met with this gentleman today and basically trying to understand what he does and how he does it and when he does it. And my direction or request to him was we're a maritime center, that means water, to get something on the water, whether it's a mullet boat, a crab boat, something, but to get evidence on the water that something's going on there. And in our discussion, he mentioned that it would be an insurance. We would probably have to add insurance if we had a children's Salem regatta or something of that nature. Anything to do with bringing kids into that facility would require insurance. And I mentioned that maybe he should get a cost on what that insurance policy would cost us and bring it back, because that would allow him to do an event for sailboats or kayaks or anything and be covered, and it would be minimal dollars for that insurance. But if I've asked him to bring it back, what the cost of that insurance might be.
Yeah, I'll look into that right away.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of budget amendment accepting and expending funds to 2011 Mighty Mullet Maritime Festival for the Big Bend Maritime Center.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Moore. Thank you. I've got two citizens who want to speak. Pam Portwood, do you care to speak?
I just want to, speak in support of the budget request for the boat building program. We've had a hard time getting the funding to actually start doing capital improvements and the things that we'd really like to be doing right now, but having something available on the property. And like you say, Mr. Moore, offering, this is a maritime program, and it's definitely geared towards kids and their families, actually. So having something like this already already working on the property is just going to help us with our future funding requests to show that we're not stagnant, that we're moving forward. So I'm just voicing that support. Thank you.
And last citizen to speak this evening, Roger Penholster.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Working with the boat building program with Larry Tucker for the Maritime Center, and really we have two parts to the program. I have some information maybe I could just leave with you rather than pass it through and take your time, but it comes in two parts. One is working with the kids at the high school on rehabilitating boats. We've had 3 boats donated so far, and it's probably 2 or 3 years worth of work to get all those done. We've got about halfway through on one, and we have the others at the Maritime Center now under TARP. And so we hope we can develop a relationship with the students there to work with us and do that part of the boat building. And then the other part is really, a family boat building program where you would come on weekends, bring your family, build a kayak or a wood strip canoe or a small skiff that you could, put a small motor on and walk away and paint it or varnish it and have something you could put on the water. So those are the two parts that we want to work on. And we have the saws and the tools ready to go, and a really good space under that house that's away. We call it house number 2, away from the water. There's a lot of space under that pad to build 2 boats at a time for families. So I'm really looking forward to getting that going.
This is the kind of person that we need. He bought his own tools, and he doesn't draw a salary. So you're the kind of person we need. Can you rehab a mullet boat? Can you do rehab?
Does it have a transom?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you could find some old derelict mullet boats. And that is our heritage: mullet boats, seine boats, crab boats.
All of those. Yes.
That's what our heritage is.
We can do that. You have to have some backbone to start with, but sure, we can do those things. Mm-hmm.
I'll find you one.
All right. Good. Would you? That would be good.
I will.
I wanted to thank you for your time and effort in starting what sounds like a wonderful program. I just think you need a little more publicity. I suggested that to Bill.
Right.
I also would like to ask our administrator, since Scott and Jennifer have left, I sense that there's maybe a need for a liaison with county staff to be appointed, whether Brian or Tim or you or whoever, because I had a very informative talk with Bill, but he doesn't know the procedures for getting things on county property permitted and whether they're fees or whatever. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional discussion?
I want to make you aware of as well, this is as part of this is a resolution that is basically taking the $1,282 that we're getting from that and dispersing it in the accounts in the particular accounts. I just want y'all to aware of that. That's in your packet.
Okay.
That's all right. It's just I want to make you aware of that.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, passes. Thank you.
Do we need to deal with the budget amendment? Is that a budget amendment?
No, it's just a resolution basically taking it. It is a budget amendment, yes.
We probably need to take that separately.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I move that we approve the budget amendment as noted.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you. Up next on our agenda is a request for board direction on the benefit level for solid waste and fire hardship assistance programs. Heather Encinosa, our county attorney, is going to lead this item.
1 second. I'm trying to record that last vote. That came as a surprise. Okay. This item concerns board direction for not the current fiscal year, but for next fiscal year, for the benefit level that you want to offer for your solid waste assessment, the 196 assessment for residential, and for your fire assessment program. Currently, your ordinance authorizes you to provide hardship assistance or not provide hardship assistance. So it is an annual determination. For the current fiscal year, the board has set the benefit level at the very low income person level. These are federal statistics that are gathered by HUD, but they're particular to Wakulla County, so they are actually individualized for your income earners in Wakulla County. And this benefit level that exists currently is that, and I'm going to speak in terms generally a family of four. It varies by housing size, but for simplicity's sake, I'm going to focus on the family of four. Your current benefit level, any family of four earning $29,900 or less would be entitled to have the county pay their solid waste assessment and the fire assessment on their behalf. This is not just an amount you're forgiving. You actually have to pay that amount from other legally available funds. Because this is an annual election for this board, we thought it best to bring you some options in advance of when we have to start accepting applications from citizens. There are several options available to you. If you look in your agenda item on page 2 is the HUD 2011 income limit summary. And if you page down to the next page for 3, you will see the national poverty guidelines. Some of the potential options available to you are to just pick either the existing HUD limit, which you have set at the very low. You also have extremely low, or you could even go up more to low, but that would have definite budget implications that you may not be able to absorb. Another option available to you is to, instead of using the HUD income limitations, use the federal poverty guidelines, which are listed under your number 2 in your analysis section. Another option is to discontinue the program entirely. Not recommending that, but that is definitely a legal option available to you. Finally, one thing would be to perhaps have differing levels of benefits that you would offer to needy households. For example, you could set the limit at very low and offer to pay 50% of the assessments for very low households. But then when you get to the extremely low income limit, you could offer to pay 100% for those households, because those are the neediest of the needy. That may be an option that the board would like to explore. But what we are looking for today is some potential direction from you. And just to put this into context, for the current fiscal year, you had about 411 households qualify for the solid waste assistance program, which again was set at the very low, sort of your midpoint on your HUD guidelines. That was approximately $80,000, almost $81,000 that the county paid from your legally available revenue sources to subsidize that exemption. It should be noted that for last year you didn't have very many people apply for the fire program because the window had closed by the time the solid waste came about, because that was the first year you had your solid waste program. If you had the same level of activity in fire as you had for solid waste last year, you could expect to see a substantial budget impact on that side, somewhere north of $30,000 that you would have to come out of your general fund. So those are your options. You're by no means limited to the recommendations and the national indices that we pulled here, but these are generally accepted, and we felt it was better to use a national standard rather than recreating something.
I'd say at first blush, if we could adopt the poverty guidelines, seems between the 30% and the 50%. I'd rather have this indexed to something every year. We know what it's going to be when I come back. Now, my understanding is that by offering it at the very low income, that's $80,000 just for solid waste we have to come up with, basically. And I think the intention of this whole war was to help those the most needy among, especially senior citizens. And I briefly ran through a lot of the applications, and I think the poverty guideline, unfortunately, I'm not bragging about anything, but I think that would cover most of what I saw. That's just my thoughts.
Well, there's the poverty guideline, and then if you wanted to stay with HUD, the extremely low is sort of in that same ballpark.
But the extremely low is actually you have to make even less money to qualify for it. I think
Let me see. Yep.
Just for example, the one we have now is $29,900, which to me it's not a lot of money, but the 30% is $17,950, but the poverty guideline is $22,350. Which, I mean, that's not much money for a family of four, but remember that family of four also has to own the home they're living in. Also, if they're renters, it doesn't apply to them at all. They have to own the home, and in order to get that, and the ones I saw, especially senior citizens, I think this one.
I know when I met with our attorney, she recommended that we not use the HHS poverty guidelines, and she encouraged us to use the HUD data. And I see Pat nodding his head. So, do you want to expound on that?
I mean, I just prefer that was not a strong recommendation. I prefer the HUD data because it's local data. It's keyed to Wakulla County, whereas the national poverty guideline is national. So you're getting your statistics mushed with every other community in the nation. So that was my only issue with that. And PAD may have other issues.
And in fact, to backtrack myself, Ms. Arts, for a single person, let's say you're a senior citizen, if we adopted the extremely low, the income threshold is actually higher than the poverty guideline that you would qualify for. So,
and what I actually like maybe is something that's graduated, so that maybe 100% for people who are extremely low income, and then maybe 50% for people who are between the extremely low and very low.
I don't know how logistically how hard would that be to do, though?
I mean, it's real easy for me to draft. How hard is it?
Well, we'll have to use the income levels, and I mean, we'll just set those, but those that fall, like Ms. R says, those that fall between that, they'll qualify for the 50%, unless I'm missing something different.
No, I think the point is to try to not have this be a constant cost on your general fund, because that's where it actually has to be funded from when you have to pay back your solid waste fund for this. But as far as logistically, I mean, it was, nightmare process the first year out. So we've learned a little bit from it. So I think we can handle whatever you guys want us to do. So
I guess my question was, when we do a 50% thing, when the tax bill goes out, they have to know that this particular house only pays 50% of the thing, and I just don't know how logistically that would work. I would think it'd be easier to just have either you pay or you don't.
All right. And go ahead.
Just keep in mind we are doing this in advance now. With solid waste, it was your first year, so everything sort of had to come after adoption. Now we're going to have an earlier application deadline. I believe it's June 1 in the resolution. So a lot of these issues where if you did want to do 50%, that could be worked out before the roll is certified. So it shouldn't be too hard.
I would also recommend that if we do 50%, let's do it in both funds, both the MSBU and the solid waste.
But one thing I wish that had been in the item, and that I've been trying to scramble around to get now, is the estimates on how many people fit into each of these categories, because we had 411 people apply last year, but who would have been in both those categories. So you might think if we go down to 50% for the upper segment, that would lower our expenditure, but I think we probably have somewhere around 1,500 families that qualify for the very low.
Well, I mean, the problem with getting that data for Sharts is that it's not, we can't just look at income, because that's not the only qualifying criteria for your county's program. It's income, and they have to own a house. And it's very difficult to then get that data and give you accurate projections. That's why if you look at the budget impact section, staff showed you how much was paid for solid waste, and then tried to estimate how much additional they would expect to absorb for fire if you kept it at the same level, based upon the number of people that applied for solid waste.
Well, I guess given that, you know, we all want to be compassionate to the least fortunate among us, but not breaking the bank at the same time. And, you know, maybe we should look at the extremely low level. Like I said, the ones I went through, which, you know, my main concern is senior citizen living on Social Security or something, they would qualify for it. And that's a suggestion, too. Just
What do you suggest?
use the extremely low income limit. That's it.
Okay, so you don't like the two-tiered system?
No, I don't. I think it's logistically, it's just going to be a nightmare.
It will be. I guarantee you it will be. I'm with Randy. I think it ought to be the extremely low, and until we know, like we're talking, we don't. Then, like you suggested, there may be that many families that. I'm sure there's more than 400. We're going to see a big number next time, because people are going to, word of mouth is that you got to get in. It was a short cycle this last time. They're going to have plenty of time to get in this time. There will be more people who will be able to take advantage of it. So, but at the end of the day, we got to pay. Somebody's going to pay it, and so I think the extremely low is fine.
And I think if we do go that route, we should really reach out to the community, the people that would, you know, encourage them to come in and apply for this exemption through the senior citizen, through our age or whatever, and really do outreach on it.
Okay. Is that a motion?
That is a motion. To adopt the extremely low income level.
And a second? We have two citizens to be heard. Ralph Thomas?
Good evening, Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I agree with the county attorney that you need to use the HUD income limit. That's localized data, and it's updated every year, so definitely going to be more accurate. I'd also like to make sure that you remember that when you adopted the solid waste ordinance, that the county is skimming money off the top for every $196 that's paid in. I believe it's 9% in excess of $200,000. So that money's already there. I don't want you guys to give the citizens the impression that this is creating a hardship, because we need to remember that for a lot of these folks that are eligible for the hardship, it was not a hardship to them until you made it a hardship by adopting the ordinance. A lot of these folks, their garbage was taken care of by friends and family. They combined services, and so they did not have that hardship, didn't have that expense. Even on this board, I believe Commissioner Merritt said he took his garbage to the landfill. Commissioner Stewart said he paid $2 a week for his garbage. So there's a lot of people in this category that were only paying $2 a week. And so we created the hardship. We have the money that's already being paid by the citizens of this county. And so we don't need to make this appear like they created a hardship for us. We created a hardship for them, and I don't know how we can abandon them in this point. Thank you.
Heather, can you explain what the skimming is that we, off the top? I want to make sure the public understands that we're not skimming.
Well, you're not skimming. Actually, I believe the non-residential franchise fee, which has nothing to do with the assessment, is currently paying for your hardship assistance program. There are certain mandatory fees you have to add once you put an assessment on the tax bill. There's a 2% collection fee for the tax collector and the property appraiser for all the extra work that they have to do, which they do fantastically. And then there is, because you have a contractual obligation to pay a certain set amount for this service, you have to account for the early payment discounts, which are required by state law, which is 4% if you pay in November, because they're entitled to get the same discounts if they pay their solid waste assessment.
And please don't leave out the fact we have 2 landfills we have to monitor for 30 years.
Yeah.
We have to pay all the monitoring. We still have a landfill to close.
Yeah, this is, I mean, your solid waste fund, even though this move by this board was fantastic because you took your solid waste fund out of a deficit mode. I mean, which it had been in for years and years and years. So you guys should be applauded for doing that. But this is not like profit happy central. I mean, it's still a very, very tight fund. And I mean, David can talk more educated about that than I can.
Well, David gave us a revised.
Yeah, and the actual breakdown on that fund is that's one of them. But the other sheet that I presented to y'all in the past basically has the fund. Right now, we're almost at a break-even point with that fund. You went from an $800,000 deficit last year to this year. We're breaking even in the fund. But as Heather mentioned, out of this fund, we've got to cap the landfills, pay for monitoring costs, 3 landfills for 3 years. And then also, to cover the other costs that she spoke of with covering the hardship cases. So the fund right now is at a break-even point. So it went from 800,000 negative to a break-even point now, and we don't need to slide back down that slope. We need to maintain where we're at and/or get better would be preferable. Yes.
We have one more citizen that wants to make a comment. Sandy.
There's a couple of questions I'd like to ask because I didn't understand all this. If we're paying $192 for that, what made the difference if we have a 10-year contract?
We try not to actually engage in dialogue, but I don't understand.
I would like to have that because I am meeting some people tomorrow and they want an answer.
I don't understand your question. Yeah, you'll probably need to speak with our county administrator if you have specific questions, and he can provide them. But I don't understand your question. If you want to ask it
The
again.
question is, we were told to pay $192. What made you're going to do a change? What made the change? It is a 10-year contract for $192. What happened?
We're not changing that, ma'am. We're not changing the amount we collect. It's $196. This is what we're changing is who will be eligible not to pay, to have it waived.
Okay.
The income level.
Now, the income level, most people that the several people. What is the low income?
It was in 2011, if I may, Mr. Brock.
I want to know now, so June 1st they'll know how that money, God forbid if they could get it.
I'll let you answer it.
Well, the chart we're using is the chart on the wall behind you.
Oh.
So if you look at the very low income, that'll be the numbers. But extremely low income. Sorry.
Where we're at now is at the 2011 income.
Apologize. Thank you.
And she was using the example of 4 persons just to be all on the same page. This year it was $29,900 for a 4-person household.
Well, I asked for 1 because most of the people the senior center are 1 person right there.
$12,600.
What it will go to this coming year.
Again.
$12,000.
Yes, ma'am. If you make $12,600 or less, you won't have to pay the fire MSBU or the garbage MSBU.
And again, do you have additional questions?
No, I would like to make a suggestion.
Okay.
I would like one of you to go down to the senior center and have lunch down there and talk to these people. They have no idea. Some accidentally paid it, and they have no money for dinner or breakfast, no money to go to the grocery store, but you're going to give that to them and say that's what they're going to have to pay.
Ma'am, that's the point I just made earlier, if you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing. So
we want to do outreach on this. If we adopt this, go to the senior center. I think I mentioned go to RH, do the outreach, and try to reach as many people as possible that are eligible for this. So I did say that.
Okay, well, last year I asked that directly, and someone knows about it, and no one did it.
Okay. We'll try to do better. Thank you.
A lot of them don't have a memory either. So they don't know to pay it or not to pay it, or what it even means.
And we're going to do better trying to educate the public.
I hope so, because it wasn't even in the newspaper. I'm probably overstepping what I'm saying, but I am known to say what's in my mouth.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Any additional discussion from the board? All in favor?
Aye.
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 It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Before we go to the next one, could as people apply this next year, Mr. Administrator, could we keep some numbers on how many people who came to apply didn't make the extremely low but would have made very low, and so if depending on how many people we have, we might want to revisit it the next year, and that would help us have some numbers to...
Sarge, I think that may give us a skewed result, because if we look at that number, a lot of the people that would have fallen in that won't bother to go apply because they know they can't get it. So if we say, well, we only missed 100 people that applied and didn't get it, and we say, we'll change it, and then 500 people come in, you know what I'm saying?
I understand, but we know we would have at least that many.
I just don't want to rely on that number.
Yeah, no, that would be the bottom.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to citizens to be heard, and then we'll come back to our general business. It is now 6:30. Several citizens to be heard this evening. The first citizen to be heard this evening will be Miss Virginia Brock.
My name is Virginia Brock. I live at 3110 Old Magnolia Road. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd just like everyone to know that we're having a League of Women Voters meeting on Thursday evening, 7 p.m. at the library. And if you're hungry, come at 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hugh Taylor?
Well, Hugh's coming up. It's my understanding that the supervisor of elections is going to be there at the meeting giving a presentation. Okay.
And some folks from the league in Tallahassee, Leon County also. My name is Hugh Taylor. I live on Martin Luther King Road. I should have bear with me. My breathing's a little short tonight. I have comments on a vote and recent comments at a meeting. The vote first. At the January 24th meeting, you voted to ratify the sheriff's unilateral decision putting a 4x16 wall in front of the sheriff's area that renamed the wall. This was contrary to the wishes of the board, and at the January 24th meeting, you tried to change it, but you did not. The vote was to change the Sheriff's Office building to the David F. Harvey Criminal Justice Center. You voted 4-0 with Commissioner Arts voting no. You missed it. You tried to change it, you did not. If, for reasons of legality or ethics or probity, whatever, you re-voted, I would imagine you're going to have to re-vote again. Why no one, especially Commissioner Moore, went up and looked at the lettering on the wall, could have saved you the re-vote. You got to try again, and that's embarrassing. Now, comments. I'm disappointed that any citizen, after all this time, would advance the argument, as was done 2 meetings ago, that Martin Luther King Road was named illegally, and that a suit against the renaming would prevail, or that selectiveness was applied to set the record straight. It's old news. There was a memo about a policy that was advanced prior to the meeting that was never advanced before nor since about road naming 911 and confusion. I think it's because the powers that be, the former county attorney, Mr. Mowry, and his business partner, former Sheriff David Harvey, thought there might be a chance that the road would be renamed, so they tried to stop it. There's no confusion. Mr. Stewart had 2 names already named after him, and Commissioner Brock was... Sir.
Could you wrap up?
I'm going to wrap up. And Mr. Brock was there telling folks to go home. That, to be clear, that decision was honorable, equitable, and legally defensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Howard Kessler?
Evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Just one notice and then a couple of comments. Third Thursday of the month, concerned citizens of Wakulla County meeting at the library. We originally were going to have the county administrator, Mr. Edwards, at this month's meeting, but because of conflicts with other schedulings of different meetings around town, this has been postponed to the coming month of March. So the third Thursday, March, concerned citizens of Wakulla County, Mr. Dave Edwards, County Administrator, will be speaking on where we are and where we're going, administrative-wise. And since the issue of taxes and levels of hardship were brought up, I think what you did tonight is going to be a really bad thing for a lot of people in our county. I think it's going to push them over the top. Some of these people can't even get the lump sum of money that they have to get because it's on their tax bill now to pay it at one time. And there needs to be some kind of look at to see what's relief there. But my understanding is you've eliminated a whole additional segment of people from that. And when you're dealing with an income of $17,000, at least that's what I read there, if it's something like that, or $12,000 for one person, and if that person's on a fixed income and they're getting that Social Security check and they're making the choice between food and medicines, I really think that the hardship is not fair to those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Judith Pennington?
My name is Judith Pennington, and I live at 58 Ball Court. The part of Old Shell Point Road that I live off of is under improvement right now. It's in the process of being paved. They've widened the road, and they've also added a shell rock base to it. And the residents that live off of that road have noticed that we're getting more traffic, and not only is it more traffic going to and from, they're also driving much higher than the rate of speed of 25 miles per hour. I called the sheriff's office, and Lieutenant Evans came out. He ran a radar gun for 20 minutes one morning. 20 cars went by, 20 cars were speeding. So the first item that I'm asking for is a stop sign, a three-way stop sign. The second thing that I'm asking for is I took pictures of where I live on Wall Court.
And if you could continue to speak into the microphone, I'm sorry.
This is Lieutenant Evans leaving the morning that we ran the radar. And this is the end of Ball Court where I live. I'll leave this with you so you can all look at it. In order for a resident to leave Ball Court and pull out onto a road that's now 25 miles per hour, that people have been clocked at going 52 miles per hour, he has to pull out. There you can't see him. There you can see part of his front end. There you can see him. And in all these pictures, he can't see me standing in the road with my camera until he is this far out into the road. We feel that a three-way stop sign at this particular intersection, once they get the road paved, will help not only slow the rate of speed down on that road once they get it paved, and it will also help us in being able to pull out safely each morning when we go to work.
Thank you. Up next, Mr. Harry Dutton.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Harry Dutton. I live at 63 Ball Court. I'm a neighbor of Judith Pennington, and one thing Judith probably failed to tell you is that she's the president of the Homeowners Association for Kenmore Estates. I'm the vice president, and we certainly both speak on behalf of the other residents of the subdivision, which is a platted subdivision in the county. I've lived in the subdivision for 17 years, and during that time I've seen some horrific things going on, speeds and driving patterns going on Old Shell Point Road. And now I'm concerned that with the paving project, which is absolutely a godsend as far as vehicle maintenance and things like that, that road used to be the most destructive road on a vehicle I could ever imagine. But the bottom line is we're very appreciative of the paving project, but I'm extremely concerned about what this really represents in terms of safety. And I guess what's more alarming to me, I have school-age children that take the school bus to and from school, and I'm very concerned that the school buses traveling up and down that road are going to be put at high risk of bad driving habits that, again, have persisted for the last 17 years. So I really implore the Commission to do what they can in terms of instructing county staff and the community traffic safety team to take a very close look at what can be done. And Judith's recommendations of at least stop signs at the two residential roads, that their only access to those roads are through Old Shell Point Road, that you at least put stop signs there to stop the through traffic at those critical intersections. And then beyond that, even some other safety features too, because we're even concerned as homeowners in the area that even a stop sign may not really break the driving habit. So we're really looking for some very innovative solutions to really help make sure that road does not become even more treacherous than the way it is currently. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Clay Metcalf.
My name's Clay Metcalf. I also live on 46 Old Shell Point Road. I gave up a lot of land and nice oak trees and was told by one of the engineers of the county that we would be receiving a three-way stop at Roberts Williams Road in front of our house.
Ball Court and Beyond.
And beyond there would be three-way stops. And we really, my wife has almost been run over at our driveway because of people coming off Roberts Williams Road. And we cannot even send our kids to the mailbox because of people hitting trees by our mailbox coming off Roberts Williams Road. And we complied with everything the county has asked, but we were told that we would get a three-way stop or some sort of traffic calming devices. And, after being run off the road once a month ever since this construction's been, speeding up the road, it's really getting bad. I've got damaged vehicles too from being run off that road because of people coming around the corners at high rates of speed. And, it's really getting bad. And if they pave this road without some sort of traffic calming, we're going to have a nightmare. And, we've complied, and we just hope that something gets done.
Thank you. So I'll ask citizen to be heard. We can take that subject up at that discussion at the end of the evening. Our last item on the general business this evening is request board direction on transitioning the collection of the road improvement assessment for Brook Forest, Northwoods, and Tupelo Ridge subdivisions to the tax bill collection method.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Back in 98, 02, and 04, the county initiated 3 road paving special assessment programs in the 3 subdivisions that you named to pave various roads within those subdivisions. At that time, the county elected to collect these obligations by a separate billing method, whereby each March the clerk sends out a separate bill and requests payment rather than using the tax bill. The problem with this method is that in order to enforce collection, you actually would have to lien and then foreclose on the properties that were delinquent or did not pay. Because of this, the county has experienced high rates of delinquencies. Those amounts are listed on the front page of your agenda item. For just the Northwood subdivision, it's over $150,000. The county has these loans. The county's been making the payments on the loans, so the county's road fund is actually out a significant amount of dollars. One option available to you under Chapter 197 of Florida statutes is to change the collection method, and instead of collecting them by separate bills, rolling all of the delinquencies and then any future annual installments that are due through the term onto the tax bill.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board?
It's a good idea. We should have done this a long time ago.
I lived in Brookport.
It becomes a nightmare for staff, and it's overwhelming how this has become such a nightmare for you guys. And we need to. This is the way to fix it. And in the future, this is the way we need to apply it to. So, I agree.
Any additional discussion? There are no citizens to be heard. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. It passes unanimously. Moving on to Commissioner agenda items. Up first tonight is Commissioner Merritt with several.
What about the tab 15?
Tab 15
That
was pulled.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No worries.
Some very brief items. First one is the temporary use. Most specifically, I'm thinking about the restaurants we see, not restaurants, the food trailers we see on the side of the road. There's one at the Seine Yard. Hudson's have one. There's one at Max Meats. And I'm just trying to find a way to get these guys out of limbo. Right now, they're operating probably not in compliance because it says you have to be there 30 days, then gone 40 days. And I know there's some concerns about this opening up Pandora's box to everybody establishing a business and not having to comply with the same rules everybody else did. So maybe we could just restrict this idea to food type establishments only. And I think if we restricted it to establishments that are either licensed by the Ag Department, which would those include your people selling produce, peanuts, whatever, and then the Department of Health is the other one that regulates. They're gonna, if they have to wash their hands or whatever, they're gonna prepare food. Either the Ag or the hotel and restaurants. Thank you. They regulate them. So I don't want to open up a dog mess where somebody says, well, I wanted to sell whatever, and I had to have an office with a handicap mediated bathroom, and now you're going to let somebody set up a tent on the side of the road and do it. That's not what I'm trying to do. Specifically, it's for food vendors, which I think a lot of people passing through the county stop and go to these places. They pay taxes. They are inspected by the hotel and restaurants, and I'm just trying to find a way to get them out of limbo. So my motion would be to direct staff to revise the Land Development Code to allow extending temporary uses as applies to what I just said, Evelyn, I think you got it, restaurants and food-type establishments, and advertise a public hearing to consider adopting the revisions.
Second.
And just to be clear, Commissioner Merritt has 3 agenda items this evening. If you'd like to speak to any of Commissioner Merritt's agenda items, please turn in a card in advance of that item coming up. I have 2 citizens to speak on this one. Stacy Hutton.
Stacy's brave. She said she wasn't going to talk.
I know, and I wanted to be last, but I can go first. My name is Stacy Hutton. I live at 74 Jack Crum Road. I currently own Hutton Seafood and More, which is located at 3096 Coastal Highway. I lease the property I sit on. It belongs to Marshall Spears. I do have licenses. I have license through the hotel and restaurants. I have occupational license. I also hold a service manager's license, which is for food vending, or any restaurant would have it. I'm suggesting that we are regulated or permitted because we have not been. I bought a temporary use permit, but it was actually for a flashing sign I had sitting out there. When I went to county code enforcement, they told me I didn't need to do anything else. So I would be very pleased if there was some sort of permit or whatever I really need to do, whatever y'all project us to do. I don't know if any of you have been by my place. I keep a very clean establishment, as well as most people do, as in the restaurant business. We do get inspected by hotels and restaurants, which was done 2 weeks ago. We passed with flying colors. I just encourage you, if you all have any questions or comments, to please come to us as mobile vending units. We're more than willing to comply with whatever y'all have us to do. And we thank y'all for letting us be in the county and to have a business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bob Janzi?
Hi, my name is Bob Danzy. I live in Spring Creek. Well, I'm always promoting business, so I'd like to see this to where they could depend on being there and make their investment, and to know that they're going to, excuse me, have an opportunity to be there if you have to do it on a year-to-year basis, whatever y'all come up with. I just want to support it. Sounds like it's heading in the right direction, so I'll be short.
Thank you. Any additional discussion from the board?
Randy, you're talking about renewing it on a year-to-year.
Yes. Basically what I'm revising is a section of code. Right now it says Louis can basically grant them a 30-day. I want to change it to Louis can grant them up to a year, and they can come reapply. So giving the planning director the ability to do that as related to food type establishment. Now, Heather, I think I'm pretty clear on that.
Yeah, and we'll flush it out. If there's any clarification, we can get it from you guys.
Did you just say that the code, they gave you a certificate for your sign?
Well, I was approached by, what was his name, counsel, that was over the county code enforcement for fire suppression systems, and of course nothing was done about that. I met all the criteria for that, and then I was approached by code enforcement about being a temporary use, and there was a letter sent to me about the sign, the flashing sign I had sitting out there. So I complied. I went and paid $50 for a temporary use for this sign. When I went back up there, which the sign has been moved since then, went back up there, I was like, well, what do I need to do now?
Now, what do you need to do about operating your business?
Right, the business. When I think she approached Marshall Spears about a site plan, because there's 3 businesses that sit on his property right there where I'm at, and I don't know actually what become of that, because like I said, she would send me letters and I would go up there and she says, no, I need to talk to Marshall. Well, what do I need to do? Nothing was ever done with it. So
you were basically operating without a permit on your food business?
Yes.
Very
as
good.
far as a code permit, I do have an occupational license and all the other permits to be there.
From the county?
From the county. Well, and through the state.
From the state.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Arts?
Well, first, Randy, I do feel better about your narrowing the scope of this, because one of my concerns was car lots. We've had some temporary car lots, and it could easily turn into a year-round.
They can still do those temporary car lots, by the way, but they would fall under the old...
80-day, whatever, right. But I also understand there are enforcement issues the way we have it set up now, and I like produce stands and whatever. I think they add a nice atmosphere. My one concern, people have viewed this as pro-business, and I guess one of my questions, though, is how do the people who have restaurants that they've had to build, or, that they have a building and that overhead, do they think it's fair? I don't know. That I don't know.
I haven't heard, I thought about that, but I think the person that wants to go sit down and eat with their wife, family, or friends, there's nowhere really to sit down and eat. There's no air conditioning, there's no heater.
Well,
probably bugs out there, so...
There are restaurants that have takeout and probably do takeout more than sit down, but...
Ms. Arts, I have the same question of that, but I figure if those folks have an interest, they ought to be here. If they have no interest, then we go on as we are. And I don't see why they don't have an interest, but that's none of my business.
Well, and this will come back.
Know about it.
This will come back at a future meeting to actually discuss. And I'm sure after your invitation, Commissioner Moore, if they're interested, they shall be here. Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It passes unanimously.
My next item has to do with the family enclave. This has been an ongoing issue in my mind for many, many years, that the code, as it says now, if you have a lot that allows mobile homes, your family member can come in if you demonstrate a financial hardship and move another mobile home on that same piece of property. It's supposedly only temporary, but I don't know if anyone's ever actually removed the mobile home because they put a septic tank in. Basically, there's 2 mobile homes on a lot. And I think the purpose of it was, my understanding the purpose was to allow someone to care for a sick relative on a temporary basis, taking care of either their parents or whatever, because either there was not enough room to move in the parents' house or for whatever reason, financial and medical hardship. And I'm proposing to change it to take away the thing saying you can put another mobile home on it with associated septic tanks and all that, but you can, if it's zoned for mobile homes, you could pull an RV in there and live in that, hook to the existing septic that's there if it's allowed by the health department, which I talked to Pat about it. It's possible, and they have to add some drain field. That's better than having a whole new septic system. And I think that accomplishes the intent of compassion, I believe, and also takes out the ongoing issue of these really being permanent setups. And so I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to revise Wakulla County Land Development Code allowing use of recreational vehicles in family enclave agreements and approve the schedule and advertise a public hearing considering adopting the provisions. Second.
Discussion. We have 2 citizens to be heard. Mr. Ralph Thomas.
Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I'm for it. I think it's a good idea. I don't see how it hurts anything. I look at appraisals all day long and never seen an appraised value degraded because there's an RV sitting in the yard. I know a lot of people right now that have lost their home to foreclosure and are living in RVs because they have to. I certainly know a lot of people that have lost their homes and had to double up, and family is having to take care of each other. And so, what you're approving tonight is to go before a public hearing. So if there's a reason not to do it that would be derogatory, that could come up at that point. But I don't see how it would hurt anything. And so, gets more back to a freedom issue and a property rights issue. If it's not hurting anyone, we ought to lean on the side of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bob Danzy.
I'm Bob Danzy. I live at Spring Creek. I just want to agree basically with Ralph. As long as this is headed in the right direction, I'll be short. I will say one thing is, as a realtor, it sometimes gives us headaches when you do have that mobile home there for the 10 years or 5 years, you pick the number, and they want to sell that off because there's been a mobile home put there. So that creates a little bit of a situation that you should take into account, that maybe this is better and kind of cleans that up. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
And I think, Heather, you and I had talked about some other examples of what other counties use for I guess, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, the problem, additionally, with your current code is that it merely says medical and financial hardship. It doesn't provide staff with any guidance about what that is. And so we would like to get some board direction on developing some more even and explicit criteria for what is a medical and financial hardship, so that the applicant is on the same page as county staff and we all know how to move forward.
Basically what Heather showed me was a letter from a doctor, basically, is what it said. And can we include some language like that in the public hearing so everybody here can consider, because a financial hardship could be anything. I think the intent was to care for a ailing relative. That was the intent of it. And so anyway, I guess you'll have something.
If we have the latitude to include that in here, the board would so direct, we'd be happy to work something up.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So that's not just...
Is there additional discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Moore?
No, please.
Commissioner Moore?
I have somewhat of a problem with that. First of all, Randy, you mentioned putting a septic tank in for this
I'm saying that's what's going on today.
You're not talking about putting a septic tank in with this RV?
No.
So, okay, all right, that's good. Now, the second thing is, you're doing this for a relative, or it bothers me a little bit about the hardship. Now, a relative taking care of your grandmother, whatever. But where do we stop? At what point in time do we say this relative is passed on and another relative moves in? There's got to be a cessation of occupancy at some point.
You have to apply annually.
Under your current system it's set up, and I believe would be continued, is that it has to be renewed annually. So if they came in and had a demonstrated medical hardship, and then that medical hardship was resolved at that 1 year, they would need to remove the RV.
So basically, we can take the grandmother, and she has the medical hardship, she passes on. So the medical hardship is for the grandmother?
It's been resolved.
Yes, or if somebody gets better.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so it can't continue on generation after generation of generation.
And the problem is that under your current system, it is being abused. They're sitting there for decades.
So this sunsets at a year?
Yes.
Okay, so we have to make a decision.
That's the rule that's on the book now, but I don't think this board has ever had someone come back and say, take that mobile home and dig the septic tank up and move out. It's counterintuitive for somebody to spend that much money to set up a temporary place to live. Nobody's going to go out and blow 12 grand on a septic tank and move a mobile home.
A performance-based septic tank.
Exactly, and then pull it off a year later. I'm just acknowledging the facts. I mean, this is the reality on the ground.
And Randy's idea about giving Louis the teeth to be able to, so he's not reacting to tears when they come in the office. He's got criteria. Here's what you got to meet to be able to do this. Is important. So we need to have that language.
Commissioner Arts?
I'll refrain.
Before we move on, I do want to make a couple quick statements. By doing this, you're actually making it so where people can't use mobile homes as a family enclave. And I'm a vote to support bringing it up so that we have it at the meeting. We can have the conversation. But it does make me a little concerned. Just over I don't know. I'll have to research it more. I haven't yet. But the cost of RV versus the cost of a used RV versus the cost of a used mobile home, and large families. I grew up in a family of 6. It would have been hard for us to live in a mobile home. It would have been hard for us to live in a RV.
Well, that's not the intent. Is not for a family of 6 to
live next
door to grandma. The intent is for someone to have somewhere to stay while they're taking care of grandma, assuming grandma doesn't have enough room in her house. That could be grandpa, of course.
Now, grandmother can move. You can be in the house yourself, and grandmother can be the one out in the trailer.
Well,
there are things that can go on. I know that part of this still, and maybe this also involves poverty. So if someone has some poverty issues, right? Also, or is it just medical?
The proposal is a medical and a financial hardship.
Yeah, and I just worry about a family. I use my family number that I grew up in, a family of 6. Even if they go out and buy an RV, I've been in RVs, and I'm not sure the RV that all 6 of us could have lived in, even if for a week.
That's not at all what the intent of this.
I understand. I'm just saying you've gotten rid of my concern because we've gotten rid of that as an option altogether. If somebody needed a short term,
I would keep this to medical.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would keep it strictly to medical. We're wanting to take care of grandmother.
You want to remove the financial aspects of it?
He said medical and financial.
I'm asking just medical.
Well, Randy's saying it needs to be both medical and financial.
You'd have to
so
show
that it has to be a medical and poor.
Sick
and low income.
Basically speaking, with all due respect, the financial end of it, we just discussed financial on the garbage or whatever tonight. Some people will never get off of that financial end of it.
But no, they have to be medical and financial.
Oh,
so it'd be somebody who has you can't be Donald Trump and get sick and go live at your grandmother's house in an RV. You have
I think the two things would probably take care of themselves. If you're financially well off. It doesn't change the wording we have right now that much. Right now it says financial or medical. I'm just taking out the mobile home and putting in the recreation vehicle. Whenever
That's
the crisis
good.
is over, you can sell the RV.
That's right.
I just wanted to voice that concern. Thank
This
you.
applies to grandpapa too?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and I appreciate your bringing that up, Alan, because one of my concerns was that let me back up. I think this is a good approach for making sure these stay temporary enclaves.
That's the point.
And I appreciate that. I like that a lot. But I have some concern that there may be somebody who has a mobile home that they'd like to relocate and won't be able to, that they would have to, I guess, sell that and then buy an RV in order to be close to a family member.
Exactly right. If you live on a 5,500 lot or you live on an acre lot in a subdivision, if this goes in, no, you cannot put 2 mobile homes on that lot. And I think that's the way it should be.
Basically, also, you have your subdivision ordinances. I don't want this to supersede a subdivision ordinance.
It would, I mean, if there's if a subdivision has,
Restrictive
HOA has
covenants.
restrictive covenants that don't allow RVs, then this is not going to supersede that by any means.
All right.
And I liked it being both. Well, I agree that we need more clarification for what constitutes a medical hardship or a financial hardship, but I like having both of them. I think there are times when people have temporary financial crises where to be able, and may not be able to move into the house, but if they could live at the family and have help with child care or whatever, I think that's
people are
good.
probably doing that now, and they don't need to come to the board and ask. They're not coming to the board to ask permission. I just leave it medical. I think that was the intent, and we'll let the other part lay, and I think it'll.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Mr. Merritt, last item.
Easy one here.
Thanks.
Let's see here. I have brought this up to revise the performance-based standard and some other parts of the comp plan language, specifically related to AWT standards we set for ourselves. And, I met with Pat, met with David and Heather, and basically going off the Lombardi report, is that right? Okay. Established an area, the intent of the performance-based systems was to benefit nitrogen levels in Wakulla Springs. And I don't know if you at all have read what's being proposed, but still require the performance-based systems in the area that is a tributary area, basically, of Wakulla Springs. It would go down Bloxham, all the way from Leon County across Crowfield Highway down, go over to East Ivan, via Caja Posey to 61, all the way over to Woodville Highway and north. If you live in that area, you have to have a performance-based septic system. Now, I tried to make the argument that maybe if you got 5 acres or more, no, but I've given up on that. I think us asking Leon County to do the same thing would be appropriate. That basically any septic system in that area. Everywhere else, you could use a regular septic system with 2 exceptions. One, proximity to water bodies, which is 150 feet, and then further from Wakulla River, the first magnitude springs. Okay. And in dense areas that have, basically, if you live on a 50 by 100 lot, you can build a house on it, but you got to have a performance-based system. And if you build it on 2 lots or more, you can put a regular system. And that's to kind of encourage less density, because it's the difference in cost between the two is basically the cost of a lot these days. And also to get rid of the AWT standards we set for ourselves for our wastewater setup. Now, I would probably be willing to do that in that influence area, but not just the whole county wide. I certainly think if we have a wastewater plant that's influencing Wakulla Springs, we could certainly ask them to meet this standard, but our spray field is nowhere near that, and it's enormously expensive. And we have to meet public access reuse standards now, anyway, which is a very high standard. There's several layers of standards you can meet for wastewater treatment, anywhere from primary treatment all the way up to AWT, and I just think we've set this too high that it's not going to accomplish any benefit we're trying to get. So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to schedule and advertise public hearings to consider transmittal of the text amendment to Infrastructure Policy 1.3.1 and Policy 1.3.6 of the comp plan to incorporate the board-directed amendments, and I want to adopt the amendments as written in here and direct staff to at the same time work on an ordinance to adopt these new performance-based standards I mentioned.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All right, we have 4 citizens to be heard. Mr. Ralph Thomas.
Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I think the reality is the current system, the current procedure you have in place, the ordinance you have in place right now, was adopted with good intentions, but as I understand it, 100% of the systems that are installed performance-based currently fail to meet that. And so it's just it's a failed ordinance. It may be improving the situation, decreasing the nitrogen content, but they can't meet the current standards that you've set in place. Generally, a one-size-fits-all approach is not good for anyone. So I'm in favor for that. I think it will still protect the springs, which we should not compromise on. As long as we can determine that it's going to still meet that, then I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Howard Kessler?
Evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I think this is a very big item that you're dealing with right now. I think it's huge. Whether you're for the changes or not, what's huge about this item is that you're starting to take things and change them or take them out of your comp plan. And when you do that, you limit the review process. You limit standing, and you limit the ability of people to question. It's a whole big difference having something in an ordinance and having something in a comp plan. I would urge you to, before going forward and advertising for a public hearing and meeting, that you workshop this and that you let the community understand fully what are the ramifications, what are the consequences for taking these standards out of the comp plan, for good or for bad, so that everyone understands, so that the board understands. And then, if you still want to go on and advertise for that public hearing, then do so. But at least everyone will be more informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy?
First of all, I'm kind of glad I stood a little later tonight, past my bedtime. My home has water management come out every 6 months. There is a permit on the well and a permit on my water system. You're going to tell me and tell them what you're doing is wrong and make me put another tank in there? Septic tank?
Ma'am, this has nothing to do with water wells. Water Management District regulates potable water wells that you drink out of. This is for septic systems.
No, they check both of it. I get a...
No, the Water Management.
Are you telling me there's a problem in the paperwork that I received?
No, ma'am, I'm not telling you that at all.
No, but there's a yellow sticker on there.
On your well.
It says both of that. I will bring you that and show you.
I'll be happy to come look at it if you want to call me.
Go right ahead. My home is always open.
And in large part, this is affecting, I think, new development.
Well, let me... I'm sorry.
Now, is this something when the septic tank goes down, or you want it out right away?
We'll answer the questions afterwards, because again, we try not to engage in dialogue.
I'm sorry?
We try not to talk back and forth with the speakers.
So in other words,
there's a good chance it won't affect your septic system, what he's proposing.
Because I'm off of East Island.
Okay. It should...
Let her answer, please.
Ma'am, I'd be happy to talk to you after the meeting. I'll explain it thoroughly to you.
I gotta get in.
Okay.
I'm in quite pain with my legs.
You can get my number and call me. I'll be happy.
Currently, everyone in the county who has a conventional septic tank, which I think you have, if it needs to be repaired or there's going to be changes to it, to add on a bedroom or whatever, those people would have to upgrade to a more expensive system that reduces nitrogen. What Commissioner Merritt is proposing is changing it so that everyone in the county isn't required to do that, only people who live in certain parts of the county or near a water body. So odds are, what this will do is the 12,000 people or 11,000 people who have septic tanks, who right now, if it failed today, have to upgrade, probably 10,000 of the 11,000 will no longer have to upgrade. That's what he's proposing. So if you don't want to upgrade, you probably like what he's proposing.
Oh. Is there, if God forbid this happens to some of the friends I have, the poor people, how are they going to pay for it?
Right.
I know I just stepped a little higher, but these are things that I'll be taking back to some folks, and they want answers to.
Ma'am, if you'll call me tomorrow, I'll sit down with you and explain the whole thing.
May I have a card or something to reach you? I don't know how.
I'm not going to give you one right now, but I'll give you a call. I'd be happy to talk to you.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bob Danzy?
Hi, I'm Bob Danzy from Spring Creek. I would like to support this moving forward in every way possible. I spoke against this when it came about the first time. The county was overregulated then. It's overregulated now, and it needs to be pulled back to a reasonable amount of regulation. I realize there's a group of people that'll disagree with me, but they'll just have to. It's just, there's a lot of things that need fixing, and this is just one of them. So I hope that we continue in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chuck Hess, our last speaker.
Chuck Hess, 112 Lake Ellen Circle. It's, you know, I was one of the speakers for this when it first went in. And what you have to recognize is that every spring in Florida is basically polluted with nitrogen. It's a pervasive problem that we're going to have to deal with. This ordinance was there to try to start addressing that problem. Just because, you know, it's expensive, just because it costs a lot of money, if we're talking about long-term improvement of Wakulla Springs, these are the kind of things we're going to have to do. This is infrastructure that we needed to build when we started development, and we're having to catch up on it now. Yes, there are some areas that probably won't need these because they're in runoff areas, and they don't, the water, the septic tank doesn't flow into the groundwater. It goes off the, runs out of the system. If you've isolated those would probably be okay to do. But I really would like to see a workshop on this to make sure we're getting those areas covered, because the people that are actually putting in these septic tanks where they have a good perk test, a lot of that water is going to the groundwater and not running off. So, thank you.
I want to say two more things, if I could, real briefly, that I had left out. One, I think I'd like to put some sort of language in the comp plan that we really, I think everybody agrees central sewer is the best way to go. And I don't know if it really means anything, but we make every effort to connect everyone we can legally to central sewer and seek any funds possible for sewer in Wakulla Gardens or wherever. Just a general statement there. That statement doesn't mean anything, but I think it is should be part of our long-term plan, and I think it already is. It's just not written down. Part of what I'm proposing I left out was the repair part. If you don't live in that U-shaped area, you don't have to worry about it anymore. You can repair your septic tank just like you always have. If you live in that U-shaped area, what was come up with was you can repair it up to $1,500 worth of repairs. When it kicks over that level, you got to bring it up to performance-based standard. So So in other words, if you have a failing drain field, or if you're adding a bedroom to your house, you can probably, within that number, add the extra drain field or fix whatever. And you may say, where'd that number come from? Well, that number came, the standard FEMA uses, if you have a house that's below base flood elevation, you can do repairs or additions up to 50% of the value of the house as it sits there that day. So well, that's a standard, and a standard septic tank roughly is about $3,000. So the discussion was, let's use 50% of 3,000, which is $1,500. That's the rationale for that number, instead of it just being arbitrary.
Real quick on that, I had two quick questions. One, is that $1,500 at one repair?
I would assume it'd be enforced the same way the FEMA is, and no, it's not just at one repair. So I know the way the FEMA does it's cumulative.
And then my second question, as we move forward with this, would it be $1,500? I know. Would you rather attach that to some sort of percentage, either of cost of do 50% of the cost of septic tank, or 50% if it's going to cost you more than 50% of the value to replace, or it's going to be more than 50% replacement?
We talked about that, and I just think just having a bright, shiny number is the easiest way to do it, and we figured $3,000 for a tank.
Okay, I just want to make sure as we move forward. I don't know enough about pricing on septic tanks to know if that's a fair amount or not, but I'm sure we'll find out. Additional discussion?
No, I got something. Yeah, I have something to say on it.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Randy, you mentioned Leon County. We should probably follow whatever and work with them. They were the birds that started this stuff.
I actually said, Jerry, I don't want to confuse it. I said I feel comfortable if we're imposing this standard on ourselves for the area that influences the springs to protect the springs. I think that's something they should do in the area that they're influencing the springs.
Yeah,
that's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I want to take those performance-based septic tanks, and unless you're sitting on a river that we have no rivers that feed into Wakulla Springs except underground maybe. But unless you're sitting on an area that feeds directly into Wakulla Springs, I don't want any part of a performance-based septic tank. I want them gone forever, for all over the place. The people that I represent tell me they want them gone. So
please don't vote against it because you don't think this goes far enough.
Well, I don't think it goes far enough. If in the event, if you accommodate for the sinkholes and you accommodate for being very close to a spring that would feed Wakulla Springs, then if an engineer says that it is necessary for a performance base, then that's fine with me. But just putting it on putting a performance based on a 5-acre tract that's out there in the boondocks, I don't think that's necessary.
Exactly what I'm trying to change. And here's the rationale for that area is that that's a tributary area for Wakulla Springs. So for all intents and purposes by hydrology, those areas do flow to Wakulla Springs. They do it underground. You're exactly right. So the staff tried to limit it to areas that would flow to Wakulla Springs. So if you're south of 61, for example, in South Choppy, Shell Point, wherever, then you use a regular. Where I live, my house in Lonnie Raker, I would still have to have one. I don't like that, but I think.
Well, we're the ones who make the decision.
If we restrict the number of these performance bays, I think we can keep a lot closer eye on them because a lot of people turn them off. And I think we can educate the public a lot better. It's a lot easier to understand, for example, where I live, that I'm influencing the springs than tell somebody in Smith Creek, you need a performance-based septic tank because Wakulla Springs has weed growing in it. You know what I'm saying? I think we can concentrate our efforts and get a lot better return.
What size parcel of land, then, are you talking about that would be exempt from having a performance base?
If you're in that U-shaped area, no parcel would be exempt. And we talked about this extensively. I personally would like to see 5 acres or greater, but I understand,
If you want 5 acres or greater, why don't you just put that out?
Well, I want to try to compromise on this. I don't want to be arbitrary, and I'll tell you my rationale for 5 acres is that 5 acres is the density allowed under the ag zoning. So that would encourage people, in my mind, to say, well, if we do 5 acres or more, we don't have to have one. So that would, in the tributary of the springs, that would indirectly discourage dense development. So somebody would say, but on the other side, if you say we're going to require them anywhere, which is what I'm saying, they're going to say, to heck with it, we're going to have one no matter what. We'll cut out an acre instead of cutting out 5 acres, and you'll have 5 performance-based systems, which I think is probably worse than one regular system. And that, I talked to Pat at length about this. He really favored.
Well, Pat may not be. Pat may not be the one who's having to shell out the $7,000 to $10,000 for the performance-based tank. That's good for Pat to discuss that. But the people who are having to put this expensive system in, and I'm talking with plumbers, as soon as they get in their truck, they unplug them.
You're right.
So if we're putting in a system that they're going to unplug, then we're putting in a system that's defeated to begin with.
If the board, I'd be willing to say if you're in that zone area and you have 5 acres or more, you don't need one. But I didn't think that was something anybody would agree to.
As we're talking about it, I think 5 is small. I'd probably look at 10 or 20.
Well, then we're going back to being arbitrary.
No, we're talking. Okay, we'll come back to it. Commissioner Arts. Yeah, just telling you what I would probably support.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the actual wording of the comp plan amendment that you're proposing, and I assume that the one that's with the agenda item is the current or final version. Is that correct?
I do believe so. I mean, Heather's.
Okay. If you look under policy 1.31 and you go down to D, it says the county shall establish in its land development regulations criteria regarding when these systems will be required for new development, and then it says such standards will be for the purpose of reducing the introduction of nitrogen into ground and surface waters from new development. If you go up to B, that section seems to be referring to when existing systems need to be upgraded because they need to be replaced, repaired, or modified.
I think I see your point.
But it still says that it's that such standards shall be for the purpose of reducing the introduction of nitrogen into ground and surface waters from new development, and it's not new development.
That new should be existing. You're right.
All right, you either need to end the sentence after surface waters or clarify it in some other way that it's from existing systems or whatever. Okay, so that's my first comment about just the specific item that you're proposing we send forward for public hearing and review. Even though my preference would be to, if we're going to modify the comp plan, to maybe have made modifications within the comp plan rather than take all this out and have ordinances, I can go along with having the ordinances, but I feel uncomfortable unless we've got them both ready together, because otherwise, if I approve this, we're saying it's potentially gone everywhere if this ordinance doesn't pass. So in that way, I feel uncomfortable just approving this one. I also, let me think.
Let me address that if I could one at a time, please.
Okay.
Your point about that is well taken, and there is a draft ordinance in here. Now remember, when we come back with a comprehensive plan, it goes to DCA. We still have the adoption phase, right? Just because we go forward with this, we still got to vote again to adopt the comp plan, and comp plan amendments take so much longer than an ordinance. And I'm sure by the time we get to the adoption phase, so if there's some point that you would say, and I agree, I think that intent is to have that ordinance where there won't be a lapse in it, and we can address that via the adoption of the comp plan vote.
Well, maybe we can amend this amendment that they will both come to the board at the same time.
Well, there's even more to it than that, because if in the event the board elects to proceed tonight, you still have to have a public hearing on transmittal. It's got to go to your planning commission. It's going to come back to this board for a public hearing to transmit. Then it goes to the state. Then it comes back for adoption. So, and I don't want to put words in Commissioner Merritt's mouth, but I believe we pushed this forward because this process takes so much longer than the ordinance. And by the time you have to make real concrete decisions on amending your comp plan, we expect to have the ordinance before you at the same time.
Okay.
Good words.
Okay. The other thing is, I guess one of the attachments was this data and analysis. Was that written by you?
No, I'm not that.
Do you know who wrote this?
Yes, ma'am, I drafted that.
Okay. And I appreciate having, additional information and analyses. And as a couple of the speakers have said, I really wish we had had a workshop on this, because I've been trying to go through these two reports, which are the latest ones we have, and they're very technical and very complicated, and I wish that we were discussing some of the content in here. Okay, first, I have heard stated several times that this was put in there to protect Wakulla Springs, and that's not accurate. That was part of the reason this was put in there. But again, the people who wrote it, Bob Ruda and Paul Johnson, and one of the strongest advocates for it, Commissioner Brimner, were most concerned about coastal areas. That's why they went county-wide, because they've seen algae along the coast. And they didn't want to just protect Wakulla Springs, where we know there's pollution problems. They were more concerned about the coast. So that's a misconception about why this ordinance was approved. If you do say you're going to focus just on springs, we used to talk about Wakulla Springs like it was its own entity, and now people talk about the Wakulla Springs Spring Creek spring system. And so you've been talking about the Wakulla Springs Protection Zone, which is focused on Wakulla Spring. But both of these reports have this drawing in it,
Yeah, I read that.
which shows the recharge area for Wakulla Springs and Spring Creek, and it's coastal. So even if you say we're just concerned about springs protection and we don't care if the coast has algae, then why are we looking at just this upper portion and not the whole recharge basin? That's one question. And I also, I know you've tried hard in this ordinance to focus it on what you thought were more of the most critical areas, Wakulla Springs and close to rivers and water bodies.
It was actually presented by the health department.
I understand there's been a team kind of working on this, although not one person on the team is an expert in these matters. I mean, Pat is an expert in terms of, I think Pat appreciates where I'm talking from in terms of health department and public health issues related to septic systems. I think you're probably less knowledgeable, although the most knowledgeable on the team, about the nitrogen and phosphorus and those kind of issues. So I didn't mean to offend you. I think the world of you. So okay, well, let me read something from this report, because one of the things that Dr. Harrington did was she tried to look at what areas in our county are most vulnerable in terms of pollution from nutrients that's going to go into drinking water and springs and rivers and bays and coasts and whatever. And here's what she said. She said that considering 5 different GIS map layers for determining priorities, here were her top priority areas: Medart, not in your area at all, not in this proposed protection area at all. Crawfordville, North Crawfordville, Wakulla Springs, and Panacea. And those areas all had high vulnerability on 4 of the 5 maps. And then she does a second tier vulnerability, and a lot of those are out of your area too. So, you know, I'm concerned about, we already have in this county a pollution problem from human sewage. And granted, much of it is coming from the spray field and septic tanks to our north. But we have 12,000 or 11,000 septic tanks in our county that are also polluting our waters. And as time goes on, we're going to have some of the estimates in here from Mr. Lombardo was, you know, huge increases in septic tanks in our county by 2018. You say sewer is the best option. In a rural county, it's incredibly expensive. And in fact, Julie Harrington says it's not always the best option because of that expense. So, I mean, there's no way we can run sewer all across this county. To me, here's the bottom line for me. I don't hear people saying so much that we don't have a pollution problem and we don't need to get a handle on it, even though I think most people have very little understanding about how extensive and serious our pollution problem is. What I hear people saying is, this is expensive and we're having trouble paying for these, or we don't want to have to put out more money to do this. That's what I hear people saying. And so the whole thrust of this is backwards to me, because however many years ago this board took a very aggressive stand to address pollution. And now what we're saying is, let's forget about the pollution for the most part. Let's back off, step backward, when what I think we should be doing is addressing the financial issues. And that's what a lot of is in here that Julie Harrington did. How can we make these affordable? How can we keep people from having to spend that $7,000 to $10,000 up front? And she has proposals in here for between $8 and that's the low to $35 a month. That would, it's closer to like a sewer system where you pay a monthly sewer bill and you don't have to worry about putting them in or repairing them when they break. It makes them affordable. And she also has talked about other financing options and loan programs and whatever. And so I agree that we need to come to grips with the cost of these, the upfront cost of them for the citizens. But I think the initiative of the board should be on, you know, having that workshop, getting Dr. Harrington and other people who have been talking about management entities to say, look, do we have any other options short of stepping backwards and saying, you know, we're just going to keep polluting and let our pollution get worse. So I'm not going to support this. I think eventually we could get to something that I would support, but anyway, the long-term consequences are dire for this county if we continue to pollute our water. And what you're proposing is a huge step backwards that doesn't effectively address the pollution problem, and there's nothing being done about the finances that I think could get us where we need to be. So, enough said.
Mike's got something over
Mr.
there.
Stewart?
Well, I haven't said anything, so I don't think we do. So I'm just going to say I support your idea. Big issue to me is I'm not so sure that I still like the 50% idea. I'm not sure that. Here's my issue. If my oak tree grows a root into my drain field, and that's what has disrupted my system, and now I got to go get a performance-based septic tank, I don't agree with that. I think I should still be able to repair that drain field because I have all these workshops we've had, and we've had a ton of them on septic. So it's not like this is anything new. And all the evidence I've seen from science doesn't necessarily support performance-based septic tank, even if they're plugged in and functioning. I'm not sure that they're anything better than what we have now. So I'm just saying I'm for you, and I will go with that compromise. But I would like to see it go further and not even in the springs protection. This you're talking about. If it's damage to a drain field and the septic system, the septic tank is functioning fine, why do we make these people spend their hard-earned money on a $10,000 or $12,000 performance-based septic tank? It don't make sense. I'm not going to do that. I think it was crazy when we did it when that board did it. I think it's time to turn the clock back.
You've got a performance-based septic tank. It was thrown like a blanket over the county. You didn't have to like it. You just had it. You're talking about something hitting the poor people. You're talking about poor people. We might hit them with $30. We just hit them with $7,000. We got a system that even the experts say that it may work or it may not work. We got a system that they unplug as soon as the plumber leaves. Why don't we just scrap it? Get rid of it. We're not going to be any worse off if we just get rid of this. This thing is hurting a person who's putting in a mobile home. Has got $7,000 added to their bill. They can't afford that. You're talking about poor people and needing help? They need a home, but they don't need a septic tank that's basically proven doesn't work. Maybe some other technology will come out, but then they got to pay. Ms. Coley is asking for a waiver on the annual inspection of these things. Then they got to put up with people coming across their fence and saying it's not working, and that's a $500 fee every year. So take it away. If you're setting over a spring, let an engineer figure out what you need. But I don't like any part of the performance-based septic thing. I guess you can see that.
May I ask Pat to come up and answer 2 questions, please?
Pat, could you come up and answer 2 questions, please? As Pat comes up, I want to echo a couple things. I think that as we're moving forward, I want to really look at that area that Commissioner Arts looked at with Spring Creek and Wakulla Springs, not just the U up, but that area, that entire area. Also, I agree with Commissioner Stewart. There comes a point that if we can, I don't think someone has to replace a septic tank in that intersection area if they already have a septic tank, and it only needs a small repair. I would support just having to make the repair. So I think that.
Well, before Pat talks, there are some 1970 model septic tanks that maybe are only 12 inches separation from the groundwater that really, that's probably affecting their drinking water if they have a well. And that
I agree. There's a lot of them out there that don't have bottoms in them, and that's where this guy's got to come and say, no, your system's antiquated and it's got to be changed. I don't have a problem with that. But if it's just a tree root that's grown into my modern system, if you will, then why should I have to put a performance-based in? That makes sense.
Why are we putting a performance-based anyway when it's 6 to 1, half a dozen the other if it doesn't work?
And okay, what I want to say, my concern becomes is if someone's been there since 1976 with their septic tank seeping into their groundwater, and that's the way it's been there since. I think they can continue living in that state if that's how they want to live.
That's fine with me.
Because our goal is to make it better and to continue to improve it, and try and make those improvements as we can. Pat, Commissioner Arts has a couple questions.
Okay, thank you for coming up. First, I've heard a couple people say that talk about the systems being turned off. And I know you had collected some data before. Can you give us some idea of what percentage get turned off?
Sure. The first year when this first came out, there was a report that came out. There was an initial flush at it, and there was about 40% of the systems that were shut off. At that point, we had just started to do our annual inspections on them. Since that period of time, and initially right after that, because we returned all the homes, it now averages about between 5 and 10% that are shut off when we go out on an annual basis and do our inspections.
Do they know when you're coming?
There you go. Pad's here. Turn it on.
I'm not being...
No, that's true.
I heard someone tell me, turn it on, they come out and inspect it. All right, turn it right back off. But so, I don't think we can trust that number, Sergeant. I get your point, though.
Okay, because some people are leaving them off.
I understand.
The other and more disconcerting to me is references to that these don't work, because I think the evidence is pretty strong that they reduce nitrogen in half. They cut the pollution in half, which I'd love it to be 90%, but 50% is if you reduce the pollution from 11,000 septic tanks in half, that's huge for the county. So anyway, please do they work or not?
Yeah, the report that we were just talking about that came out, that was a study done by FSU, came out and said that the systems in our county were not reaching the 90% reduction. In other words, they were not getting there was a few that were. There were a few that were, by the way. Someone says none of them were. Yes, there were some systems that were getting 10 parts per million, 10 parts per liter. 10 milligrams per liter, excuse me. But most of them were not. What they were all doing was they were reaching the national average for advanced performance-based systems, which is they're getting a 50% reduction. In the language that's in front of you that's proposed, we've gone to that standard, which says a 50% reduction from the intake. The issue that most of these systems ran into, and I'll stop because I'm giving you way too much information, is that they work really well when you have a lot of homes put together, cluster systems. And hence why a sewer works better is because they can they have a lot better control over it. When it's an individual home, they don't know if it's Mr. Brock with 6 people living in the home, or if it's Miss Arch with 2 people in the home, and so the systems are a lot harder to regulate. But in both those situations, they are getting a 50% reduction.
I'd like to make 2 more points without dragging us on too much, but I ran some numbers one time based on the milligrams per liter of nitrogen put out by a normal septic tank. Let's just cut that in half for performance. It's about a 50-pound bag of fertilizer a year is what we're talking about here. And I think if we're really trying to reduce nitrogen, there's a field, I'm not saying I want to do anything to anybody, but there's a field right down the road from my house, right in the Springs Basin, that Wakulla Feed brings in tons and tons and tons of ammonium nitrate. But, nobody wants to talk about that. There's other sources of nitrogen. 80% of the nitrogen is atmospheric deposition. I mean, most of the air we breathe is nitrogen.
Yeah,
I know there's nothing we can do about that, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that most of the nitrogen that's going into the springs and groundwater is coming out of the air. It's being dissolved out of the air, and we can't do anything about that. Now, but just my point is that if we try to educate people that they use some slow-release fertilizer, I think we get a lot more bang for our buck reducing nitrogen levels. That's
We're going to charge somebody $7,500 to put in a system that 50-pound bag of fertilizer equals on their yard. That doesn't make sense.
Quote me on the newspaper that it may be 60 pounds or something like that.
Well, people
you can't equate the 2 numbers.
People have done the analysis of where most of it's coming from, and septic tanks are a bigger contributor than fertilizer. Not that we don't need to address fertilizer also, but that, the trend is really increasing rapidly on septic tanks. And now that the city of Tallahassee is addressing their wastewater treatment, septic tanks in our county and Leon County and a few in Tallahassee are increasingly the major source of nitrogen pollution in our water. So we can ignore it or we can try to address it. And right now, the most effective way that we have right now is with these nitrogen-reducing septic systems.
I'm just not going to address it with putting that cost on the people who can afford it least.
And that's why I would love to talk about these financing programs in a workshop.
But you're still paying for them, Miss Arch. All you're doing is extending the burden. You're not taking the burden off of them. You're just causing them to have to pay it over time. What's the difference? If I pay $35 a month now, or I pay $10,000, I still got to pay $10,000. That don't make any sense.
Well, to me, it's the equivalent of sewer. Right now, we say we require people who have a sewer line near them to hook up. And we're going to make them pay to hook up and then take on a monthly charge.
I don't want to make them hook up. I'm saying that loud and clear. I don't want to make
sewer?
them hook up. Not to sewer.
Okay, that's my analogy.
Okay.
Okay, just stop and listen for a second. We say that if a sewer line goes by your house, you're supposed to connect. So people have to pay that connection fee. They have to pay a plumber. They have to pay a monthly fee. We make them do that. To me, and we also have something that's requiring people to connect to these performance-based or nitrogen-reducing. Now, what we're looking at as a proposal from Randy is, to me, the equivalent of saying that even though we've got a wastewater treatment plant and even though there are sewer lines, we don't care if you keep your septic tank, even if it's one of the 2,000 that's dumping raw sewage into our water. Or, shoot, you can even just go put in a privy, and that'll be okay. As opposed to, if you're near a sewer line, you connect. If you aren't near a sewer line, then there's an equivalent to sewer which is this utility that I'm trying to encourage us to look at.
Okay, I want to reiterate again, if you get the chance as it's moving forward to look at, I like the bigger area.
Yeah, I did. All you're asking there
is to protect our water.
Yeah, you're wanting to expand the base. We're talking about this, and now you're talking about this.
No, I'm talking about the area that directly affects Wakulla and Spring Creek.
Spring Creek. Well, that'll come all the way over to Mad Art, and it'll go.
I'm just telling you what the science is telling us. I mean,
then basically the science
has
is
taken out most of the east side of the county and the west side of the county, but the center part of our county.
I understand your point, but I can make the same argument. Well, if you take Chubby River, you take the water. Everybody's in a basin or something.
Basically, right. We're going to have to do a study on cormorants because they put a lot of nitrogen in the water.
Anyway,
okay, and I'm just reiterating my point, and I'm going to support the motion because I want to have the public hearing. But I'm telling you what my views are before we get up to that next option. And before we get up the option, I know that a lot of our board has discouraged the workshop. But if you do decide to move forward with a workshop proposal, even if no one else wants to attend, I know I'm always up for an educational workshop. So. Whatever works. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
I'll call for a revote.
You environmentalist, you.
I will say I was a little confused.
That's all right. I call for a revote.
That's what he said at the Wakulla Springs workshop.
Either being a very good Republican or he's being an environmentalist.
He said he was an environmentalist.
We've had a request
for a revote on that.
We've had a request for a revote. We'll strike the last one. We had the motion in a second. That was just all in favor. Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
It passes 4-1. Thank y'all. Next up on our agenda this evening is Commissioner Arts has a request for board approval of a resolution amending resolution number 11-43, extending Public Records Committee.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. We have a Public Records Committee that was established to complete their work in a 4-year term. By vote at their last meeting, they asked for another 2 months in order to complete their work. So I move that we approve the proposed resolution amending the original resolution so that we extend the Public Records Committee report deadline to May 7th.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion or cards? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Up next is an item that I've brought forward on the future of Wakulla the next steps of the Wakulla 2020 project, and some representatives from the Chamber of Commerce are going to lead this discussion. And this is, as many of you are familiar, this is a project that we've had some citizens working on this, and they've partnered mainly with the Wakulla County Chamber of Commerce, and they've sort of taken the lead on this. They've been working with our county attorney. The next steps, we have to decide we want to keep moving forward. It's going to involve working with the county attorney some more, and we'll let them explain it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. We appreciate the opportunity to visit with you guys tonight and share with you what we see as the next steps for Wakulla 2020. We were excited that the Commission chose to support adoption of the Crawfordville Town Plan last year. The image you see on the screen up here, which Jessica's going to bring one up here, slide 18, it's going to give you a little bit of a flavor. This should be a familiar presentation to everyone, because I know that it's been discussed many times and was adopted by the Commission last year. The image you see on the screen represents several years of visioning by many of you in this room and many other dedicated citizens throughout the community. The vision created and the foresight of the commissioners to embrace it was the genesis of formation of our volunteer citizens group. Armed with this vision and the knowledge that DOT has no money available to help us in the next 20 to 30 years, we recognize the fact that unless we take a proactive approach, the vision created will have great difficulty becoming reality in the foreseeable future. Led by the Chamber, which includes our Economic Development Council, we explored various methods for creating an opportunity to move forward with implementation of the town plan. As part of our process, we reached out to all areas in the county for feedback and input on other needed capital improvement and infrastructure projects. Our Chamber Board of Directors, which also serves as our board for Economic Development Council, recently issued a statement of support for what our citizens group recommends as next steps. While our core objective remains achieving improvements to 5 intersections on 319, based on the town plan, we have expanded our scope to include achieving completion of other capital improvement projects throughout the county. We are calling this initiative Wakulla 2020. Our recommendation is to place the decision to fund implementation in the hands of the citizens of Wakulla County. This would be accomplished by your support to funding creation of ballot language, asking voters to decide on addition of a half-penny sales tax dedicated to Wakulla 2020 projects. We also request that you support creation of the Wakulla 2020 Committee, which is a citizens advisory committee. Wakulla 2020 Committee would be charged with prioritization of proposed projects and to assist and provide input on final ballot language. At this time, I'd like to call up Alan Wise, who's going to provide some background information on our proposed project discussions to this point. Alan?
Good evening, Commissioners. As Kevin mentioned, this citizens group has been meeting for well over a year now. I've gotten involved to help them look at some of the infrastructure improvements that were outlined in the Our Town Plan, put some cost estimates to them, and try to put a real-world approach at implementing the plan. We looked at several different areas that will help with growth, safety, and increasing public infrastructure. We put the majority of the effort of research into those critical intersections along 319 that include 267, East Ivan, Mike Stewart Drive, Wakulla Aaron, and Martin Luther King. We feel like the $7 million will get these intersections upgraded to assume that 319 will be 4-laned in its entirety. So the intersections will be expanded even though 319 will not be. With discussions with Harry Reid with the CRTPA, he mentioned if we make the dots, DOT will more likely fill in the dots. So what we're trying to do is expand those intersections, which are the areas that the majority of the bottlenecking occurs, and help with the transportation issues that we're having. Other projects have been looked into, including streetscape and paving projects, drainage projects, sidewalk and pedestrian safety projects, boat ramps, recreation projects, and several others. Upon the creation of a Citizens Advisory Committee that Kevin mentioned, these and other projects will be reviewed and ranked. And the funding background can be explained in more depth by Mr. John Shuff.
I have a question, Alan, before you go. The 5 intersections that you listed, how many of those are in the core, the downtown core, and how many are actually within the larger town plan?
I believe that it is 3, 1, and 1 that is outside of that. The intersection of 267 is mentioned as an area of concern, but it is not within that the larger region.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How y'all doing this evening? First off, I want to, if you'll look at the top sheet, and I've got a circle around that right in the center, the item there where it says 1011, that's the last full year that we collected sales tax off of the 1 penny sales tax that's running right now. I just use this as a number to create the numbers that we do on the second page. So if you'll notice that 1,788,855. If you turn your page over to the second page, half-cent sales tax referendum, right underneath that, you'll see that same number duplicated right there. Then I multiplied that times 0.5 to come up with what we used as a number for the first year of expected revenue off of a half-penny sales tax. I want to point out that we're using a number that's coming from a down year in sales tax. And I think we've been pretty conservative in our estimates here, but I'll run through it with you. I do want to first say that I did have Greg James review these numbers just to make sure I didn't make any mathematical errors, and he did agree that the numbers are correct. So anyway, we start with year 1 there that you see that for the 894, and you go all the way down through it to year 15. What I did was put a 5% escalator compounded each year to come up with that number. The reason for the 5%, just as Greg and I were talking about throwing spaghetti at the wall, but just 2.5% for population increase and 2.5% for inflation each year. And those two items would compound your sales tax by 5% because you have more people and more cost for the goods that you're buying. And just to relate that number back to what you've been collecting on the sales tax issue that's running right now, we basically in 15 years have doubled our number. And what has happened through the rush we went through through 05 and 06, and then the downturn we've been through for the last 3 years, that number has doubled in 10 years. So we've been we're 5 years on the conservative side of picking a number to work with here, which has divided 15 years, $1,770,000. So if you add all those 15 numbers together, you come up with a total revenue of a bonding stream of $19,300,000. We took a stab at what our debt service would be on a bond, for the costs of issuing a bond and for the financing charges on the bond. Pulled 25% seems to be a relatively reasonable criteria for that. So that left us with $14,300,000. The next line down. We try not to talk too much about our brethren up north, but one of their criteria for spending money on their sales tax issue that has been so successful has been that they get a 50-50 matching grant someplace, somewhere from the federal government, state government, whatever. And if we keep those same criteria, then we'll end up with close to $28 million that we could spend off of this half-penny sales tax. Now, obviously, if we chose to not be that aggressive on grants, we'd have less to spend if we wanted to go ahead and do projects. But that's, again, we're just, this is a projection. Taking Alan's numbers for the five intersections, we actually added one. The town plan only calls for 4 intersections, but we felt like that the East Ivan Road intersection was, oh wait a minute, it was, yeah, that's the right one, okay, was going to be a problem. If the others got fixed, then we needed to go ahead and work on it also. So it's included in the budget. There is some right-of-way money included in these intersections. I think Alan thought that we probably would not need any right-of-way on 3 of them. So it's, actually, getting down to this point in time, I expected this number to be quite a bit larger than this. So down here at the bottom, we've still got $21 million to spend. There's lots of things we've thought about doing with it. Woodville Highway, the old Woodville Highway, 4-laning that to improve access to St. Mark's. There's stormwater projects in Sopchoppy. I'm sure anybody up there can think of numerous projects, additional access to water that could be that this funds could be used for. But anyway, basically what this is, we had a great workshop a couple weeks ago that gave us a good view from 10,000 feet, projections into the future. And my thought when I was listening to all that, well, all these great projections in the future are going to need a runway to land on, and that's what we're trying to do right here. This is economic development from a ground aspect. So I'd like to, that's basically all I had to say. I'd like to commend the Economic Development Council and Kevin for doing such a good job on this project.
Thank you, John. As John said, one of the greatest things that we can do for economic development and job creation, in our opinion, is to move forward with the Wakulla 2020. Completion of these projects will improve our quality of life by improving traffic flow and by creating an environment that sends a strong signal to the rest of the world that Wakulla County is open for business. Our research has revealed that when a community comes to the table with dollars to invest and a plan in hand, other resources, including grants and state and federal funds, as John mentioned, tend to come out of the woodwork. Our perception is by leveraging all resources available to us, we will achieve the vision that is Wakulla 2020. We ask you tonight for your support of option 1 of the agenda item, which is to direct the county attorney to move forward with the preparation of ballot language and to create a resolution to form the Wakulla 2020 committee. In an effort to minimize expenses for the county, we support delaying creation of the required interlocal agreement until after passage of the referendum in November 2012. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve option 1.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have 3 citizens to be heard. Ralph Thomas.
Ralph Thomas, 637 Hunters Trace. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that I'm not a fan of a tax increase, but I'm always a fan of giving the citizens a choice to decide what they want and what they're willing to spend their money on. And I think this does that. And this will put it to a vote of the citizens. If the citizens decide that this is worthy and worth investing in, they can vote accordingly. If they decide that it's not, then it'll be settled business, so it kind of takes it out of your hands. And so I think it's always a good thing to give the citizens that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Russell.
Commissioners, I'm speaking to this because I've been behind it since I first heard of it. In the 70s, I was driving fire trucks in Tallahassee, and I have sat with trucks in front of me, trucks behind me, all over running around red lights and sirens, and we're parked in traffic because Tallahassee's roads in the 70s were the same as they were in the 50s. and this will help us move ahead. These boys aren't looking at a problem like that in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, but somewhere down the road, the further you are behind, the longer it takes you to catch up, because Tallahassee's still trying to catch up. And they've really made a lot of progress, but they're still trying to get over that. I just don't want us to get in that situation where we're trying to catch up for 20 or 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Bob Danzy.
My name is Bob Danzy, and I live in Spring Creek. I want to say a lot of the same thing that those gentlemen said, is that, well, first of all, I want to thank the Chamber and the other people that's worked on this, different committees that's worked on this, to give us something to go on in a, hopefully, the right direction. I'll be the first one to say, like Ralph, that I don't like taxes. I don't want new taxes on us. I don't want to put any taxes on us. But there's also people that use that highway every day, and I suppose they should get the chance for their voice to be heard if they want something done with it, and if they want to pay a little extra money. And maybe y'all can answer this now or later, but is there a tax that falls off anytime soon that this would, in a sense, replace? There's not any. Okay. Well, so be it. Then the people get to choose, and I think that's fair. I'd like to see it move forward.
Thank you. Other discussion from our board?
Yeah. Basically, I'm a little disappointed. I know that John's done a lot of work with this. I was at the first meeting of this, and we talked about it. But you're coming to ask us to approve an item that we don't know exactly what the projects are going to be. You've said that we're going to do 4 intersections, and that's going to spend $7 million. And then from there, we've got X number of dollars available, but we don't know where we're going to put them. I talked with my attorney today, and she tells me that this can only be for transportation. This can only be for roads. So how far are we going to expand out our understanding of where we're going to put the money other than roads? If you're going to put it just on building a road and doing intersections, that's one thing. If you're going to expand it out to, I know you can't do boat ramps with it. I just know that can't be done. My attorney says it's for infrastructure only for roadways. So that's it. It's not for anything else. You can't expand this thing. The other side of it is that how is your committee? How's your committee going to be elected that identifies the projects? Now, you folks are going to promote it to the county. Is that right? Would you come up, John? Sorry.
No worries. Do you want to have John come up, or Kevin, or okay?
Who? Myself or Kevin, either one.
Well, whatever. Who's your committee, and who's going to be your committee? Where are you going to get your committee from?
Well, the county attorney is going to put together a ordinance that's going to have a suggested group that you guys are going to discuss. I believe what's already in there right now in the agenda that Alan put together for us, just for a starting point, is a member from EDC, a member from the Chamber, a member from county staff, a member from the City of St. Mark's, and one from the City of Sopchoppy.
So these people will decide where we go with the money?
Well, they would put together this prioritization list, which would go, and we would take that list, and we would use that list to advertise to the voters what we wanted to do, and if they so choose to, that they want to move forward with that, then that's what will go forward in the interlocal agreement that would have to be established after the election.
By the way, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm thinking about that committee. I think is absolutely critically important.
Well, that was, this is all styled again, off of Blueprint 2000. And that we talked to the Blueprint people. We've had a number of meetings with them, and that was just a critical element. They felt like, nobody can go back and say, well, what if they'd done it this way, how it would have worked, because that's how they did it and it worked. But it was getting a citizens committee together that was actually, it was rather huge, but they've spent $500 million up there. But they had some 30 or 35 people on that committee that hit every walk of life virtually. We would like to see that we keep a much smaller committee so we can move pretty quickly. We've spent a lot of time over the last year talking with commissioners and talking with people around the county, we've been to both city council meetings to discuss it with them, and we feel like we've got a pretty good database of projects that we think will help move things forward, and I could probably sit here and start listing them off for you, but we didn't think that doesn't really apply to the agenda item that's before you right now. It's to allocate, allocate some time for Heather to put that ordinance together.
This item just brings these items back.
Okay. In the original thought process...
This is just a second step.
Yeah. In the original thought process of this, I had some items that I wanted to maybe put in this for the community and so forth. Mm-hmm. And of course, talking with Heather, they can't be put in, but for whatever it's worth, going forward, I want 25% of any kind of this kind of tax or whatever put over into recreation for our kids. I want to build in this county a world-class recreation facilities for our children, and we can do that if we tie that into this sort of program. Evidently, this cannot be done in this program. But I'm just saying, it's at some point in time when I think our kids are more important than highways.
Well, I'd like Heather to clarify that. I do know with Blueprint that one of the projects that they did up there, they bought a 600-acre piece of property at the headwaters of the St. Marks River that completely surrounded one of the springs up there, and gave that piece of property to a conservation easement. And that was all Blueprint money. They've done huge stormwater facilities. Actually, it started off as a small pond and became a 60 or 80 acre lake. I think, I'm not sure, but I would think that it's however the ballot language is written.
No. The limitation is the local option sales tax that you're using. The only one that is available to this county at this time, because they already have the infrastructure surtax, which is at a maximum of 1%. You cannot add any of those others at this time. You can add the charter transportation system surtax, which is limited specifically to road and bridge transportation improvements. That is the half cent that is currently on the table.
Well, I guess they must have had a slightly different category for their sales tax. Okay, I didn't know that.
There are 7 or 8 different local option sales taxes, so Blueprint probably has a different one.
Slightly, okay.
But counties and cities you can reach a max of 1% on most of those. Counties already maxed out on 1%. The Charter County Transportation Surtax that you're looking at right now is outside of that cap. It's one of the very few that are outside of that 1% cap.
Okay.
That's where the limitation is, and that's in state
we'll have
law.
to streamline our projects then.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Sir.
The good thing about the tax is that we're going to accumulate a lot more money than what you anticipated for just to do the intersection improvements. But what I have found working with DOT over all these years, trying to get them to do something with 319, is the first question they ask is, what's the local element? How much money have y'all got to put in this? And I always look at them like, we don't have anything.
Right.
This would give us the wherewithal. You're talking about putting the dots in and connecting the dots, but the bigger picture is that we could do those intersection improvements and then go to DOT and say, all right, here's another $20 million. It's going to be probably between a $50 and $75 million project to 4-lane it. Here, we can give you $20 million. You come up with the rest of it, state, and then they're going to get on board because they want that money. That's money they're not going to have to shell out in future years, so they're going to get on board and try to help find the rest of it sooner than later. And then we can, we might be able to connect 2 of the dots with the money. We might be able to connect 3 of the dots. But the bottom line is that it will be used for something good, because you can't get to a wreck part if you can't get down the road.
Well, they have to readdress their thought process about where they can use the money.
That's very easy to do. I mean, we've
Yeah, they do.
I don't think you got to. You're going to talk about transportation, period, on 319. If I'm a citizen out here, what I'm hearing, John, and I know you're out hearing it too. Everybody is. The outcry is let's do something with 319. I mean, that's everybody's pain.
I thoroughly agree with you there.
And if you talk that up, that's what we're going to do with it. Start connecting these dots, these intersection improvements, and then putting these 4 lanes in where we can, and getting the state to get on board. I guarantee you, it'll pass.
Okay. Well, like I mentioned, one possible project, which was the old Woodville Highway. That's a transportation project. That helps the east part of the county. We were trying to get, our main goal when we first began meeting was 319, but we also, it's a countywide election, and we want to do some countywide projects, and we just need to redirect it to strictly transportation since it's that type of a
That's
fund.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that
We've already talked about a myriad of projects, and we can have that. That's not hard to reorient.
a very simple solution would give St. Mark's 25%, Sop Choppy 25%, and then put the other 50% down 319.
I like that idea. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
No offense, Dave.
I don't think we can use a cookie cutter. Is that?
I have some questions for the attorney.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying how this can be used. Could you also fill us in on when our other sales tax is going to expire and when whether that will come back for a vote and when? And
you currently have imposed the local option infrastructure surtax at the maximum 1%, which is why you're capped out on the other ones. Your existing surtax will be up for extension, which is another referendum to renew and extend it in 2017. It can be done.
That's the 1 cent sales tax?
That's your 1 cent, yeah.
When 2000?
You can extend earlier than that, but it will expire if you don't extend by that time period.
And could you just review for everyone what's funded out of that 1%?
Currently, it's divided, and I'll ask Tim, it's divided into
four. It's 60% roads. You got your public safety, parks and recreation, and public facilities. And I'm not sure exactly, I don't remember the exact percentages, but they get incrementally lower. 60% is the roads, obviously, and then 20% for public facilities, and then I think 7 and 7 for whatever the percentage work out to be.
Gets 5.
And by public safety, we're really saying sheriff's office, vehicles, cars, and
Anything, it could be anything public safety.
ambulance too. Okay. And is it possible? Okay. One concern I have is if we have a referendum in 2012 and it passes, and then we turn around 5 years later and ask for people to vote in another 1 cent, that may not pass, and so then we're getting a half cent for transportation or road improvements on 319, and we're losing a 1 cent that's more than half of which is going to roads plus other things like public safety. So that makes me a little anxious about the timing of those. And Heather, would you recommend, I don't know, maybe it dooms both of them if you try to have them at the same time. Is there a...
Ms. Lawrence, I had the same question you just had. I was concerned they were too close together. Citizens would say, I just voted for a half, even though it's an extension of an existing 1 cent tax. And hopefully that will be clear, because I think we have done a lot of good with it, roads, parks, whatever, but I didn't want to come back 6 months later and say, you just asked me for this, so no, I'm not going to vote. But I think, in my mind, personally, I think they're far enough apart where they're not going to greatly influence each other.
Our plan as well was to actually go for on the ballot in 2014 for our 1%, for our 1 cent was our initial thought process because of leveraging, being able to leverage out future projects.
So so that's 2 years apart. I don't think voters will approve back-to-back elections.
And the question becomes, and it's a serious question, do we think that we can make that our citizens understand what these different things do? I have confidence in the voters that, one, that they'll understand this first initiative and what it's trying to do, and two, the 1 cent that we have, everything that it covers, the roads the large percentage of the roads that we pave currently and have paved over the last 15 years been paid for out of that 1 cent. Any maintenance on those roads or upcoming road improvements off of the major roads that this half-cent will take will have to be covered by that 1 cent. Our public safety relies heavily on that 1 cent sales tax for their public transportation, for sheriff's automobiles, fire department, ambulances. I think our citizens understand that, and again, the citizens will have to be faced with the choice. I can't predict what would happen, but I think most of our citizens will support the 1 cent penny in 2 years.
Actually, the 1 cent penny in 2 years is not an increase; it just continues.
Right. It's continuing the 1 cent sales tax we currently have in place.
Also, I heard John, you may have told me that if the 0.5% goes across, it would only cost an individual how many dollars?
Well, and this again, and if we have a 1.5 cents tax, and again, all this we're doing tonight is bringing it forward to come back, but that would make us equal with Leon County sales tax also.
Now we're making analogies, and they're always dangerous.
Yeah.
But
no, but
if you took the roughly $900,000 number that we start with, and divide it by 30,000 people, you come up with $30 per person.
Well, and a large part of that's being paid for by tourists and people driving through Wakulla County.
Exactly. On the one side, you've got people driving through buying gas, so it's going to be less than that. If we do go forward with this project and 8 people are able to get through Crawfordville, our citizens are able to get through Crawfordville faster over a year's time, are they going to save that $30 right back in gas?
I can agree.
When we do these intersections like we're talking about doing, and we attract more shopping choices down here, and we eliminate 1 or 2 trips to Tallahassee a year by our citizens, that $15 a pop for gas, and it's going up. Well, we eliminated the tax on them there. All we did was redistribute that $30 into a concentrated fund where we're going to actually use it for something besides spewing it out into the air.
I would like, again, on that committee, Heather, when you start, it says you're going to be the one drafting the members on it. I'd like to review that or have some input.
I want to review it also.
Right now, it's got 5 people suggesting the City of Stop Shopping, the City of St. Marks, Wakulla County, Chamber of Commerce, the EDC. If there's someone else you'd like to see added or a different qualification, now's a good time to put it out there where we can have
I would think we should have a board member on that. Do we not have a board member on that committee?
I think the point is I understand what you're saying, Jerry, is to make it as apolitical as possible.
One board member wouldn't make it political.
But it would.
Well, and this may make some people mad, but I talked to John about it, that the City of St. Mark's, bless their heart, or Shop Shoppy having the same pull on a committee where 90% of the population doesn't live. 98% of the population doesn't live. I'm sure they make great choices. I have no problem with the citizens in those communities, but I think to be a more equitable representation on the board, that's really the issue I got.
I have concerns about who's represented, because when you start appointing people based on geography, then it's like, well, why doesn't Panacea have somebody, or why doesn't Crawfordville?
I can clarify a little bit by what's happening. The way this is, and maybe actually, Heather, can you explain to us why we're using an interlocal, or what an interlocal is?
I mean, the goal here is that in the event the ballot initiative passes and you have a 0.5 cent sales tax to do all these wonderful transportation projects, is that the county and either one or both of the cities would form a Chapter 163 out of Florida statutes legal authority as a separate local government to administer this money and to implement these projects. So it would be it's very similar to what City of Tallahassee and Leon County did with Blueprint 2000, and as we've heard from many of the conversations we've had here in these chambers and where representatives from Blueprint 2000 have been here, they feel that a large part of their success was that they created this separate authority who could focus solely on implementing these projects and spending this money in the way that the priorities are set, because it takes it out of the political
And I
arena.
agree, but taking this to the furthest extreme, that committee could be one person from South Chappie, one person from St. Mark's, and one person from the whole rest of the county. And I know it's not. I know that's not the case. But that if you take that analogy all the way on out, it could go to that, and that's not.
You could appropriate that according to the population.
And that's fine.
I think Randy's point is that the EDC could appoint someone from South Chappie, the chamber could appoint someone from South Chappie, South Chappie would appoint someone from South Chappie, and the county could appoint someone from South Chappie, and then there would only be St. Mark's being the opposite voice.
That's not exactly my point.
But that's the extreme version. But I think the point of what we're trying to do is have confidence in these organizations that we've named, that they'll look at this and try and appoint people who have the whole county.
Trying to have representatives.
Yeah. Commissioner Arts?
Yeah, well, first, I was trying to think about who would make sense on the committee when I was thinking this was focused on the town of Crawfordville, and so I was leaning toward like the owner of a small business in Crawfordville, the owner of a larger business, 2 residents from Crawfordville, something like that, who would be focused on Crawfordville mainly. Since this is now going to be basically a 319 or transportation project, then, you know, who does it make more sense? And maybe people like, whether it's sheriff's office, whether it's ambulance, fire, whether it's our senior transportation, people who are much more involved in that issue may make more sense. I understand what Heather's saying about why you want to have this set up as an interlocal.
I hardly ever agree with you, Ms. Arts, but I do agree with you. You need to get a broad section of the community. Now, you fellows mentioned that Tallahassee had 45 people. How many people were in that 2020 up there, or the Project 2000?
John, could you come to or Kevin, could you come to the microphone and answer that question?
Good sized group, Commissioner, but the population up there is significantly larger, a lot more money to deal with and manage, a lot more projects. We were trying to keep this somewhat streamlined based on the size of our population and the scope of the projects.
It all comes up to a vote, though. You have 20 people and you have a quorum or whatever that vote for it. It doesn't matter if you got 100 or 5.
I guess a good analogy for me is I'm on the CRTPA represent Wakulla County, but we get our prorated share of votes, which means it's basically nothing. So the city of Tallahassee and Leon County, they have the biggest population, they control it. And South Chappie has a vote via me on it, and we have a vote, but you can either go along with everybody else, you can go by yourself, basically.
I think you ought to expand your...
Well, we have the opportunity for us to expand it right now. I would like to say I'd like to see the committee stay on the smaller side. So if you want to expand it, I would suggest 2 or 4 more people. I don't think it should be larger than 9 people, because then you start getting into quorum issues, and having to have meetings to make decisions can become more complicated. But if you have suggestions, please make them now while we have the opportunity to make suggestions, so that when it comes back, we'll have the chance to review it.
That's why I said this committee thing is very important.
It is.
I think the school system ought to have somebody on it, because they drive hundreds of thousands of miles every year delivering little students to up and down these highways, and they have a big
system. The sheriff's department.
The sheriff's department, that definitely needs to be in it.
Yes.
And fire and EMS. I mean, public safety needs to be an element. Whoever represents that whole group.
That would be the sheriff's department.
She's gonna be, Heather's gonna be I guess it's being passed by resolution, so we can still make changes at the actual meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not an ordinance, but it's a good time for us to discuss these things.
in order to avoid getting 5 divergent inputs between now and when I bring it back, which I hope to bring it back actually at the March 5th meeting, because we really need to move this in order to get input in time to get a good ballot
initiative
drawn up. So if you have input now and people you'd like to see on it, I would encourage you to give that to me.
I think the school system and public safety are good to consider.
And the sheriff's department.
The public safety being the sheriff's department, fire department, ambulance, it's all one.
Wakulla County Transportation.
Could there be one person representing the incorporated areas of the county, or does it have to be one from each city because of the interlocal agreement?
It doesn't have to. We are asking them to enter into an interlocal.
The RPC has one person representing both cities in the district. They might not mind that.
Would they have to operate under sunshine?
This committee, yes.
Yes. Okay.
You understand my point.
I would recommend that we take, say at least 2 people that are in the retail on 319. They're going to be affected most. It's the
Again, we're trying. So at that point, you've made the committee really large. I think the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Council will both be representing, in my opinion, business interests and economic opportunity and interests in our community.
Maybe that's a little redundant. I don't know. If you're trying to keep the numbers down.
I think y'all are agreeing with each other.
Well, if we add the sheriff, somebody from the sheriff's department, and the
Can I run through what I have? And as far as what you guys have said and how many that is, it's 8 right now. School board, sheriff, a public safety representative. I had that in addition to the sheriff. Wakulla County Transportation, a business owner on 319, chamber, EDC, and a county rep.
I would combine the sheriff and public safety into one person.
Yeah, and I don't know that I don't think you need a
business representative.
I don't think you need a business, because what I like is that the chamber has an ability to appoint someone to this committee. I like that the EDC has the ability to appoint someone to this committee. If the Wakulla County has the ability to appoint someone to the committee, once you take away just random extra person, then there's going to be a fight over who that extra person is.
the ability to appoint somebody to the committee.
The Wakulla County representative on here.
How about our planning director?
Well, that'll be, and who we appoint
He's going to be voting on how to spend money, though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would be inappropriate.
Well, but actually, or maybe then rather than that this committee sets the priorities, maybe that I don't know, maybe that the planning director sets proposes priorities.
And I anticipate, we have the town plan that Kimberly Horn put together. I fully anticipate this committee working with staff and other people in the community to work together. I don't think they're just going to blindly walk into a room and set priorities. I'm excited about this working if it works.
Okay, so what we have right now, though, is an 8-person committee, which I'd prefer to have a 9.
So what I heard you say, if you make the Sheriff's Department a public safety and you take off the Crawfordville business owner, I think you have 7.
No, because I didn't name the cities yet, you guys.
Okay,
Can we put 2 people from the
School board, sheriff, public safety, we'll call it transportation, the chamber, EDC, a county appoints a citizen, city appoints a citizen, and city appoints another citizen. So that's 8. So we
2 members from the chamber then. I mean, that's what I would say.
Or we can add one more.
John? Oh, excuse me.
No, it's so what's Wakulla? I'm not sure that we need Wakulla County public transportation on it.
Why? They're having to change their routes to avoid the traffic.
Capital improvements for long-term capital improvements for our roads, and they're not a very big department. How many employees are in the thing, but
they don't have many employees, but they have a board. They have well, you're chairing it now. They have a board with like 12 people on it.
I just don't leave them out. No offense.
I do too.
Okay. I think I agree also. Would you be okay with that?
Well, I'd like to see somebody else in.
But that would take us down to 7 people.
Well, I'd like to see 2 more.
7's plenty.
What about a citizen at large?
I think we're good.
What about somebody from the IBA?
Yes, waterfronts. Very much so. Tennessee waterfronts. We got good people down there.
Well,
okay.
To me,
I mean, that to me makes as much sense as having Sop Choppy and Menard.
That insinuates geographic.
Yeah. Right now, by having interlocal, what we've done is instead of the county commission saying, we're going to take this half cent and we're going to spend it on this road intersection here, this interlocal has all the authority to decide where to spend the money. So there's no politics in the decision anymore. And that's, again, why we have St. Mark's and Sop Choppy.
Would you rather have 7 or 9, Heather? It doesn't matter, as long as it's an odd number.
It doesn't matter to me as long as there's not going to be tie votes.
I think.
I'd rather have 9.
I'm with you on
I'd like
that.
to have 9.
Then we need 2 more, because we have 7 right now.
You want to put a commissioner on there? Or does that get too close?
I think that the county will have the ability to appoint someone to this commission. It can be a volunteer, it can be staff, it can be a
Well,
commissioner.
could the county, since we don't want a commissioner, and I understand that, could the county commission appoint 2 people? Is there any reason why we couldn't appoint 2?
So,
Good.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
okay. So I hear the TDC,
Yeah.
so they're trying to do tourism. And then, I don't know, my concern becomes, sincerely, I'm just telling you what my concern is going to be, and this again, because it's a resolution, we'll have the chance to bring it up, and we'll all hear from the citizens, and I imagine the citizens will all call us about this, so we'll have the chance to change it when it comes back. I'm just trying to flesh out the conversation now. I don't want to make it where someone says, why does Wakulla County get 2, and St. Mark's only gets 1? So, and I'm not saying why, I can give legitimate reasons why, I'm just telling you an argument that may come forward.
And for our viewing public, I know this seems like ludicrousy talking about this long, but this is one of those things that come back to bite you if you didn't put enough thought into it now and come back later. How come there's only 3 people in this committee and they're in charge of $10 million?
I agree with you.
And again, it's worth,
now's the time to think about it.
and it's worth reminding people, we only get the chance to talk because of the Sunshine Law when we're in front of you on television. So if we talked about this outside of this, we'd all...
Or we'd just be in politics.
Perhaps
be in trouble.
one of the Wakulla County appointees should be designated as living in Crawfordville. That way you've got your 3 totals.
The whole county.
I'm just saying you're going to have a representative from
I agree.
Sop Choppy, St. Mark's.
Okay, I think that, okay, Crawfordville,
Trying to get to 9.
I just don't know how, I don't know how you designate, if you're going to designate Crawfordville by mailing address Crawfordville.
You're going to designate it by your town plan, Bob.
Okay, by a town plan. Okay. So it's like Crawfordville's entire county. All right, any further discussion? You take what we've made as friendly? Is this list of 9?
I'm happy.
All right,
I'm
again,
happy.
this will come back. We'll have the chance to discuss it again, hopefully at our March 5th meeting. If citizens have an opportunity that they've heard something here tonight they'd like to discuss more, please feel free to contact us. We look forward to a lively discussion on this issue. There's still more to come shortly. All in favor of this?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you all for your hard work. There was a great group of volunteers on this. And we'll be seeing a lot more of y'all. Next up, do we need... We'll take...
How long should we break, Nazar?
We'll take a 5-minute break.
I'm gonna get up more.
We'll come back to order. Commissioner Moore? Up next on our agenda, our county attorney items. We have several this evening. I'm going to start with our county attorney wants to review with us the process for modifying enterprise zone boundaries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I understand, there has been a long-standing board direction to look at modifying the enterprise zone boundaries. A lot of that occurred before I represented the county. So what this agenda item is intended to do is to merely provide this board with information on if you want to modify your enterprise zone as they exist. There is a statutory process for doing that, and this is the process, and here are the ramifications. Real briefly, enterprise zones in Florida are established in Chapter 290 of Florida statutes. The purpose is to provide a means by which to assist local communities in creating economic and social environments that will induce the investment of private resources in business enterprises in distressed areas. Included in these incentives within enterprise zones, including rural enterprise zones, which is what Wakulla County has, are numerous tax incentives, corporate income tax credits, sales tax credits, some property tax credits. There are tax credits for job creation, and they're all listed in here. And these may be utilized by businesses and residents located within these zones. In order to modify a zone that's already existing, which is what we would be doing here, pursuant to Chapter 290, you can do a change so long as the enterprise zone is going to meet the following requirements. There must be only one enterprise zone nominated by the county. The area must suffer from pervasive poverty, unemployment, and general distress. And to the greatest extent possible, the boundaries must coincide with the boundaries of census geographic block groups, which is not a difficult thing to do. We have the software. You can apply for a modification once every 3 years. So according to the information I have, you would be eligible to modify at this time. You would do this by adopting a resolution requesting the change, which would then be submitted to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity. The resolution must specify the basis for the change and identify the new boundary. You must, prior to adopting this resolution, you must provide 90 days advance notice of the meeting in which this resolution will be considered. And that notice must specify to the public that you're considering a boundary change, and include in that notice that the change, if approved, may result in a loss of enterprise zone status for areas affected by the change. The purpose of this notice is to inform the residents and the businesses that are in your current enterprise zone that the boundaries are modified and they are removed from this zone. They may no longer qualify for the state incentives that are available. However, residents and businesses that are in this zone and that are already receiving a particular incentive may continue to receive that benefit even if they're removed from the zone until that benefit expires or they no longer qualify. So that's real high level. I didn't have any information about new boundaries that this board may have discussed in the past. And since the board has changed so much, that those sort of discussions may no longer be pertinent. But if you wanted to go forward, this is the process to follow.
This, I assume these 3 criteria you mentioned were not part of the way of assigning enterprise zones that exist today. Is that correct?
They were not part of the ones that did not exist when the original were.
Notice the flower subdivision in there. I don't think it suffers from pervasive poverty, unemployment, or general distress.
Currently, you have the maps that are attached that are a little bit difficult to read in your paperless agenda, but you have 3 non-contiguous areas currently, and then 1 area contiguous to the City of St. Mark's Enterprise Zone. You have about 20 square miles in your current enterprise zone. Basically, they include the community of Panacea along 98, a large segment consisting of properties on both sides of 319, beginning at Bloxham and ending in Medart. There is the area off Woodville Highway along Commerce Boulevard, and the area where St. Mark's Powder is located, which is contiguous to the City of St. Mark's Enterprise Zone.
What's up to Wakulla?
What was that?
And it puts up to Wakulla.
Yeah. That's your current area. So if you wanted to, I know the discussion in the past has been to try to more focus at least the enterprise zone that snakes 319. So we're looking for direction.
Heather, a quick question. You say, and I just want to get clarification. When you talk about if we want to make a change to our enterprise zone, can we only change one of the enterprise zones, or does changing one of the enterprise zones somehow null and void the other enterprise zones?
We're hopeful that the state would let you leave the other ones alone and that you could just modify one if you wanted to. I mean, you have, technically it's one zone, it's just 3 non-contiguous areas.
Okay.
My problem with this is we're talking about restricting areas in a time when we need every incentive we have for businesses to come and create jobs. And when you take away a portion of an enterprise zone, you have just taken away the opportunity.
Commissioner Moore, you're one thing that if nothing else comes out of this item, that this informational item that I brought to you tonight, I hope it's you look at the sheet of the use of these benefits, and hardly anyone is using these things. You really need to promote and market that this is available, whether you modify the zones or not.
That's correct.
You need to have more discussion and get this out there.
But one, just a discussion item, and we're not really.
We can give direction to have her bring back something.
One of the problems, though, with trying to educate and publicize this is that nobody has it's very difficult for people to figure out whether they're in this 319 zone or not. And that's been an ongoing struggle. I think the Crawfordville Town Plan boundaries, certainly the core, if not the entire town plan, makes sense because we've said that's where we really want to see our businesses locate and increase, and this gives us an incentive that would be for businesses who do that. So, and I think in the past, every year that we've, as a commission, have talked about refocusing the enterprise zone, that I agree with the attorney that it's been refocusing the 319 one to mirror the Crawfordville Town Plan.
Well, and to bring, with the idea being, Commissioner Moore, is that if we bring it in, we'll incentivize people to build closer together and work towards this town plan that we're trying to promote, offering the incentives to help, not restricting what people can do, but offering incentives for people to build in our core.
I'm negotiating a contract as we speak.
Mm-hmm. You would still be, well...
For MedArt in 319.
Well, not, okay.
And in the event that you bring this down, there may be somebody that moves into that particular project that may need enterprise funds. So you're gonna take away from the ability of anyone outside that corridor. Let's just say we had a large car dealer that wanted to come south of 267 that's above East Ivan, that needed some enterprise zone funds, some funding and whatever. You've just taken away his incentive. We've got a lot of property above East Ivan that at some point in time will be heavily developed. And we're anticipating that nobody that moves into that area would need enterprise funds. I object to this.
Okay. And again, the goal of this is to try and incentivize people building closer into our downtown. Not to, I mean, the people who have built along there right now, no one's taking advantage of this opportunity. Not saying no one will, because again, we're talking about it tonight. But the goal being, as our EDC starts to step up and do more, and we've got this group, we just had that great workshop talking about things, encouraging people to build in our walkable, shoppable downtown that you are against.
That walkable takes 100,000 people to get people to start walking when they can't park their cars.
I know. I'm telling, but
don't even.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
If I could, I mean, this is a really large agenda item. There's a lot of different stuff to digest in here. It may make sense to have some discussion tonight, but to not have a formal vote until perhaps the next meeting about giving me any sort of direction. Maybe we could provide some better maps and maybe look at how it would compare to the town plan.
Okay.
I'd be interested to see how the existing enterprise zone overlays be proposed. It looks like it covered most of it the way it is right now.
And we just don't have these maps in that kind of a format, but maybe we can work on bringing that back at March 5th.
I would accept a motion to accept the report as presented. You need a motion of some sort, right?
So moved.
Do we have a second? We have two citizens who want to talk also.
Second.
Kevin Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin Vaughn, Wakulla Economic Development Council. Just wanted to weigh in on this issue. I realize there's no modification being contemplated tonight. You're just looking at the mechanics of how to accomplish it. But we would celebrate some expansion of the enterprise zone. But I agree we shouldn't be restricting it from what it is now. We are beginning to promote it. In fact, we had a member we helped with last week with the help of the planning department. Melissa over in the planning department was very helpful in helping us get someone qualified for enterprise zone credits in the last couple of weeks. And this is something that we are promoting. In this competitive world that we live in, we need all the incentives that we have available to us to attract businesses to the community, which are going to create jobs. So I would encourage you to consider potentially expanding the enterprise zone to include the town plan areas, maybe a little bit broader in the middle. But I would not be in favor or recommend reducing it in the size it is now.
Okay. Mr. Bob Danzy?
Bob Danzy, live in Spring Creek. I can't even imagine bringing up the idea of decreasing it. I don't get very much time here, and I usually don't take much, but I could talk probably for an hour about why you wouldn't decrease it. First thing being, if I bought some property from Mr. Moore, and then you went and wrecked the value, I'm going to come after you for the difference in my value. I might not win, but you're going to spend some money. I mean, that's a gimme off the bat. To decrease it is just, I mean, I just can't explain, at least my opinion, of how ridiculous that would be. But there's so many more reasons than if I bought this property. It's what he just said. If I'm coming into town and I want to start a business or I want to do some things, then I want to have the ability to get where I want to get. I know everybody wants downtown, and I don't mind downtown, but I don't appreciate government telling me where I can go and open a business either. If they've got stuff along a highway, I want to be where I want to be. I don't care where you want me to be. I want to be where I want to be. I got to pay for it, and I got to make the business, and I've got to try to get customers there. I don't appreciate government telling me those things. I want to be where I want to be. So I say y'all stay out of this. Now, I appreciate what Heather has said, and this needs to be promoted tremendously. But the government, stay out of enterprise. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to get some guidance from, when this comes back, I would like our county attorney maybe to present some information about how enterprise zones are usually done, and, you know, the information I've gotten kind of is that ours is way too big. And so, you know, I'd like some information about how enterprises zones are usually used, and I was going to say one other thing.
They're used to create an environment that businesses can come to town.
No, I know, but how? I understand, but most counties don't turn their whole county into an enterprise zone, which we came
when you
good ways toward doing.
When you propose the town plan, all of a sudden things start working around the town plan. You know,
the town plan precedes Commissioner Arts.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an idea that most of Wakulla County supports also.
Yeah, I supported it too, with limitations.
See,
and then I don't want to start restricting.
I think we're starting to get off topic. If we don't have do we have a motion and a second to accept the report?
Yes, but I think the attorney probably wants some guidance about if
She's
this is
bring
coming back
a second
to us.
report.
I'm hoping for more than just maps, because it's interesting to me, we have a group who is very concerned about transportation problems, but yet they're supporting what contributed in a large way to that transportation congestion. And, you know, there's a disconnect there. So, and I think we're under a budget crisis. I mean, we've been under a budget crisis. And when you're talking about infrastructure, the most effective, the most efficient infrastructure for government is concentrated.
I disagree.
Well, okay.
Currently not under a budget crisis, by the way.
Well, it's not like we have tons of money. We have lots of needs. And if we can cluster our services, we save money.
For everybody involved.
Everybody. And that's also what our citizens have said they want. They want things clustered.
Okay. All right, on that motion, all in favor of accepting the report?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on. Heather, you have a second item, final order of CDBG.
Yep, this actually was what we discussed briefly at the last meeting. This request is dealing with the request for a rule waiver concerning your community development block grant application that went in last summer. The Department of Economic Opportunity, not unexpected, denied the rule waiver, so you're now at a point where you have about 14 days now, because we had 21 days total when we got it last Monday, to determine whether you want to appeal that or whether you want to just let that lapse and apply in the next community development block grant cycle, which is what I would recommend. Because usually that grant cycle opens in anywhere between April and July, so you don't have much of a wait where you can resubmit your project.
So moved.
There's been a motion.
Second.
There's been a second. We have one citizen who'd like to be heard. Mr. Ralph Thomas.
Go ahead and talk.
Yeah. Commissioner Merritt, will you speak? And then
You know, I brought this up when this came, you know, that basically we're the ones to blame. The buck stops here now. I'm finding it hard to find a specific person. It looks like during the transition and this and that, whatever fell through the cracks. But the only point I'm trying to make, David, is that we can be assured this will not happen again. Someone is in charge of making sure this gets done, because it wasn't clear before who was supposed to do it.
It was not clear at all.
No, it wasn't. But now that this has happened, we just want to be sure it doesn't happen again.
Do we have the same timeline constraints as before?
Well, we're hoping that the cycle opens earlier. For whatever reason, based on the information I've been told, don't do your grants, but last year they opened it really, really late, like July, and so it was a very compressed cycle. Hopefully it would open earlier. But, I mean, I think right now you're in a better position anyways because your project's already developed, so you're that much ahead of the game.
Mr. Thomas?
Thomas, 637 Hunter's Trace. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Commissioner Merritt kind of made the point that I wanted to get to, that, you know, this is a big mistake. This is $750,000, and just in the interest of transparency, you know, we ought to know what's causing these mistakes. I spent a lot of time in the Navy, and you know, we would always do what's called lessons learned, and we would debrief everything that we did, and not to belittle someone or to hurt someone, but it's to plug those leaks. I think we spend a lot of time chasing grant dollars. I think we spend a lot of time looking at raising taxes, but you know, we're losing money hand over fist. This is just one example of it. That is our stimulus package. $750,000 that could go to renovate houses will put construction workers back to work, and that's the main people that's out of work these days. You know, kind of along the same lines, I'm jumping subjects here, but we've got hundreds of thousands of dollars tied up in the SHIP program right now. We lost the SHIP program. It was taken away from us. We lost weatherization, and now we've got that money there, and I know that's not Mr. Edwards' problem. He inherited that problem. I know he's doing a good job, and he's working through those things, but I think we need to get to the bottom of that. How do we free that money up? Because that money will now start selling homes. We've got a glut of homes, foreclosure homes on the market, and we've got low-income people that could use that money. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars that are sitting there. What can we do? Is it out of our hands? Is there anything we can do to break that log jam, and let's get it back into the community, and let's get it working for our people? Thank you.
The SHIP program wasn't taken away from us.
No,
Let's clarify the facts, please.
The county elected to turn weatherization back over to the state. That was a affirmative choice you had, and you didn't lose your SHIP program. You merely hired a private contractor to administer it on the county's behalf.
We didn't lose the SHIP program.
Are there any additional discussion from commissioners?
I have something.
Commissioner Moore?
Basically, I'd like to see the commission send a letter to
We have a vote.
We're talking about this item.
No, nothing.
Okay, sorry. Any additional discussion on this item? I apologize. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passed unanimously. Heather has one more item this evening.
Yeah.
Any more discussion, so I said, on this item?
Pursuant to Section 286.011 Florida statutes, I'm requesting a attorney-client executive session. I desire advice concerning settlement negotiations and/or strategy relating to pending litigation, expenditures in the following matter: Voiles versus Wakulla County, which is currently pending in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Florida. I would like you to schedule a closed-door executive session within the next 2 weeks. This session is expected to last approximately 1 hour. I would then ask that you go into a public meeting if needed to take formal action on any settlement proposals. Last week, your fact-appointed counsel had mediation on this matter. and they have 3 proposals they would like to discuss with the board.
I move to schedule a closed session at 4 p.m. on Monday, March 5th. That's within 2 weeks.
Is that the day of the meeting?
Yeah.
At 4 o'clock? Does that work?
Is that
for you?
enough time?
Next, March 5th? Monday, March 5th?
What? I'll second that, and I got a question. What exactly is this?
This case arose out of the following facts. When Chief Ward was your fire chief, there were some issues regarding certain volunteers. He went through the process that's provided in the contract for removing certain volunteers, and they have sued the county.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. County Administrator David Edwards, do you have any comments for us this evening?
I'll keep this very brief. Last week we received an email concerning sign cleanups along the county right-of-ways. We've talked to Public Works as well as Planning and Zoning and Code Enforcement, and we're lining up a sign cleanup day to probably next week. Sometime we're going to line that up with also engage Keep Wakulla County Beautiful. So we'll be working on that. So this is just county right-of-way roads, not state. County right-of-way.
I'd like to add, too, to anybody that's still watching, it's going to be a spirited political season. Speaking for someone who used to run the road department, please don't put signs in the county right-of-way. Please.
Yes, please.
We want fence or it's a yard.
One last thing. I passed out basically a monthly review that reviews our financial statement as our status as of the end of close of business, January 31. And currently we're forecasted, we're at $964,000 to the good. But now that depends on revenues coming in at exactly what they're forecast at. And currently our PSD taxes, we do not have a good idea of what they come in. We've only got a couple that are trickling in so far, and some of that is there's utilities that charged over into January, so therefore we're not going to get a good picture probably till next month of what that may be. And as well as we're concerned about a couple of other funds that aren't coming in, so we do have some concern there, so we're watching that. It's nothing drastic. We're watching that, as well as we're still pacing at $37,000 year to date under budget for expenditures. So we're continuing to watch that and pinch where we can. So
my point was, with a $900,000 over revenue,
right.
we're certainly not in a budget crisis.
No,
I
no.
understand your point, but I don't want the public to think that
No, we're in good shape.
We're
but
good.
we're short-staffed, and I mean.
You're right about that, Ms. Harts. Amen.
Thank you, County Administrator.
We're working on that.
Commissioner Arts, you have a discussion item?
Yes, the Wakulla County Coalition for Youth convened a meeting to look at some of our county's unmet needs, especially in terms of food, housing, rental assistance, utility assistance, and so forth. And Mike, Commissioner Stewart, I appreciate your attending. There were a number of churches and other organizations represented. And the only reason I'm telling you a little bit about this meeting is so you'll understand how this next meeting has come about. But there was a donor, an anonymous donor, who gave $2.7 million to be used in the counties affected by the BP oil spill. This was through the Rockefeller Philanthropy Foundation or Association. And they worked mainly with people in Pensacola, and initially the Catholic Charities identified only 6 affected counties. And Franklin came, running up and banging on the door at the last minute, and they got added in. That $2.7 million has been spent on 29 different projects, and Wakulla didn't get any of it. Which is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. But the person who was a pivotal person in the distribution of that money feels very badly and came to the meeting promising to keep us in the loop for future kinds of things. And there is a meeting coming up, it's on a Sunday, I believe it's going to be April 21st, that is going to have multiple counties represented, and Gail Campbell with WCCY feels strongly that our county needs a presence, that the more people we have there, the more likely we are to be recognized and benefit. And well, she said we can have 3, but she says some counties will be there with 10. And so I volunteer to go, but I don't want to step on Commissioner Brock's toes if this is seen as overlapping with either his chairman duties or BP Oil, which I'm not so sure how closely linked this latest effort is to that. But also I want to ask our county administrator to think about who all else should go from our county. So, I'm going to try, I'm sorry, Gail just talked to me on the phone. I don't have anything in writing that provides more information about the, what the meeting's all about, except that she feels strongly we need to be represented in a good number. So, I guess, is there, Alan, is this something?
I think if you want to go, you're welcome to go, and if, yeah.
Okay, and then I'll get more information. If you could identify some key employee, staff members to go, that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Arts. Any other discussion items for you? Commissioner Moore?
I have a couple of things. Basically, I would like for the board to send to the Fish and Wildlife Service a note of appreciation for their extending the gag grouper season to 3 months. We stood the chance of losing that completely. I know Ms. Arts voted against that. The 3 other board members voted for it. Ms. Arts, you said that it was useless to do that resolution supporting the gag grouper. Well,
I was mainly talking about the net ban thing.
Okay. Well, I attended the meeting with Fish and Wildlife in Quincy. There was Mr. Fred Crum was representing the fishermen. Chuck Shields was from St. Mark representing the waterfronts there. Paige Colleen was representing the waterfronts of Panacea, and Alan LaMarche was representing everybody else, fishermen and whatever. But we had 22 people who spoke for the resolution, for the saving of the grouper season. 18 spoke against it. We didn't, with all due respect, we didn't have anybody from the Chamber of Commerce. I think we are underestimating the value of our fishing and our fishing industry to our county. Nobody was there representing. I spoke at one point, and then at lunch I spoke to the commissioners again and told them that our industry was fishing. And without the gag grouper system, we would be dying on the vine, that we had, I sort of stretched it a little bit, that we had no other industry. But at that time, one of the members asked me if we could take a 3-month season instead of a 4. And I told him, basically, yes, we can do that, even without asking anyone. But our fishery in the summertime, in the spring, is dependent upon the gag grouper. We now have a gag grouper season, whereas it was very close to not having one. So none of the boats would go out, or not many would go out, because as they had it, it was going to be in the summertime when we have no gag grouper in our waters. Mr. LaMarche asked them if they just wouldn't do duck season in the summertime. It's the same idea. But anyway, we have a gag grouper system, and I think we should send the Fish and Wildlife a note telling them how much we appreciate it for our economy and our county. And I'd like to ask the board to ask Heather to draft a letter to them, maybe. Yeah, good.
Do you need
I
a head?
appreciate your efforts on that, Jerry, by the way.
Yes.
You're going to be representing our county. I appreciate it.
If we had not had Mr. Crum, Chuck Shields, Alan LaMarche, we would not have gotten that. It was a combined effort, and I say that with nobody from here. There was nobody else from the Big Bend. There was nobody, and this thing works from Steinhatchee and Swanee all the way to Carabel. But
Do we need a head nod for that?
just gag grouper. It was appreciation for their vote on continuing the. You can call me and I'll let you know what.
I want to touch on several quick things. One, I did miss the last county commission meeting. I was up in D.C. working to meet with different congressional leaders on the Restore Act and trying to pass that, which would bring 80% of the fines charged to the oil companies back to the 5 states on the Gulf of Mexico. And the goal of that was to try and pass it through the House and pass it through the federal Senate. Good news is shortly after we left, the United States House of Representatives has managed to pass the Restore Act, which was of the two houses, the one that was going to be the bigger challenge. The Senate is still trying to move forward with it. Of the five states, 9 of the 10 senators have endorsed it. Both Senator Nelson and Senator Marco Rubio have both endorsed, are sponsors of this bill, so I think it should move forward and it should be good for all of us. Everything else is just some quick announcements. I want to remind everybody again, this Saturday, February 25th, is the Wakulla County Day of Dialogue and Minority Health. We talked about at the beginning of the meeting, but it's at River Springs Middle School from 8:30 until 2 p.m. Also this Saturday is the Wakulla County Youth Day, I'm trying to get the name right. Swine Show. Youth Day Swine Show at the Livestock Pavilion, and the hours there are 9 till 2, and I encourage everybody to come out and have a pulled pork sandwich at 12 noon, the best pulled pork you'll ever have.
So chase the greased pig.
And get your kids to come out and chase the greased pig.
Aren't we supposed to be serving the food?
You can see many of your local elected officials and community leaders to get to serve you some food. Some pork. I also wanted to mention, also don't forget, we got invited at our workshop that we had on economic development that tomorrow, on Thursday, February 23rd at Goodwood, there's an economic development workshop, the Leon County TDC, Leon County Tallahassee Economic Development Council workshop. It's going to be going on from noon to 5, and we were all invited, and I want to just remind you all again of that in case you'll, and the rest of the I'm trying to do that. Mr. Merritt?
Well, no item.
Mr. Stewart?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Go ahead, Ms. Hart. We won't.
The advisory committee for the community center is going to have its first meeting at 1 o'clock tomorrow.